Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The rent increase notice arrived on a Monday morning in 2022, right when my son Nathan was starting his junior year at that private school in La Jolla. 28 years old and already drowning in bills, I stared at that piece of paper knowing I had exactly two options. Pull Nathan out of the only stable thing in his life after the divorce, or find another source of income fast. My day job at the dental office barely covered our basic expenses, and my ex-husband had vanished to Arizona with his new girlfriend, leaving me with nothing but broken promises and a mountain of debt. After weeks of researching work-from-home opportunities and coming up empty, a friend from my yoga class mentioned how she'd been making extra money through online content creation. She was vague about the details, but the numbers she mentioned made my jaw drop. The decision wasn't easy, but Nathan's education meant everything to me. I spent 3 days setting up a separate laptop, creating accounts with fake names, and learning about VPNs and privacy settings. My content was mild compared to what others were doing, just photos and videos in lingerie or workout clothes, nothing that showed my face clearly. I scheduled everything for late nights when Nathan was asleep, always locking my bedroom door and using noise-canceling headphones to stay alert for any sounds from his room. Within 2 months, I was making enough to cover his tuition and even start a small college fund. The guilt ate at me sometimes, especially during parent-teacher conferences. But I told myself it was temporary, just until I could find something better. Everything was going smoothly until I noticed changes in how my downstairs neighbor, Carl, started acting around me. Carl had lived in the building for about 5 years, a quiet guy in his 40s who worked from home doing something with computers. We'd exchange polite nods in the hallway, maybe chat about the weather while checking mail, nothing more. But suddenly, he was everywhere I went. Every morning when I'd leave for work, there he was, watering the same plant by his door or checking his mailbox for the 3rd time. When I'd come home with groceries, he'd appear within seconds, offering to help carry bags up the stairs. At first, I appreciated the gesture. Being a single mom, any help was welcome. But then came the comments that made my stomach twist. He'd mention how tired I looked, suggesting I must have been up late again, always with this knowing look in his eyes. He even asked if I'd gotten new curtains for my bedroom, saying he noticed the lighting from my window looked different at night. The encounters escalated over the next few weeks in ways that seemed coincidental but felt deliberate. He started showing up at the neighborhood grocery store right when I was shopping, always finding me in the cereal aisle where Nathan liked to pick his breakfast. He joined the gym I'd been going to for 3 years, suddenly appearing on the treadmill next to mine, making small talk about workout routines while his eyes lingered too long. The breaking point came on a Saturday afternoon when Nathan was at soccer practice. Carl knocked on my door holding a package that he claimed was delivered to him by mistake. When I reached for it, he held it just out of reach, stepping closer to hand it over. That's when he said it. Something about how I should be careful about that small birthmark on my hip, that it looked like it might need checking by a doctor. My whole body went rigid. That birthmark was always covered by my clothes, except in certain photos I'd posted online. Photos that absolutely never showed my face or any identifying features of my apartment. I practically slammed the door in his face, my mind racing through every possible explanation. Maybe he'd seen me at the pool last summer? But no, I always wore a one-piece. Maybe through my window? But my blinds were always closed when I changed. The more I thought about it, the more my panic grew. I went through my online content with a fine-tooth comb, checking every photo and video for any possible identifying information. My face was never visible. I'd been careful about reflections, and I'd even bought special sheets and decorations specifically for filming that were different from my everyday bedroom items. But then I remembered something that made my throat close up. In one recent video, I'd worn a new set of emerald green sheets that I'd actually put on my real bed afterward because they were so expensive. Carl had commented on those exact sheets just last week, saying through my door that he was glad to see I was treating myself to nice things. That night, I couldn't focus on anything. Nathan asked why I kept checking the locks, why I'd moved his old baseball bat next to my bed. I told him I'd heard about break-ins in the neighborhood, but the truth was eating me alive. After he went to sleep, I started investigating everything. I checked my laptop for malware, changed all my passwords, even put tape over my webcam. Then I remembered something from a true crime podcast about checking your Wi-Fi router for unknown devices. My heart pounded as I logged into the router settings, scrolling through the list of connected devices. My laptop, Nathan's tablet, our phones, the smart TV, all normal. But there, at the bottom, was something that made my entire body go cold. An unknown IP address, labeled only as device hidden. When I tried to identify it, the router showed it had been connected for over 3 months, consuming massive amounts of upload bandwidth. Whatever this device was, it had been transmitting something from my network, and it had been doing it since around the time Carl started acting strange. The next morning was Sunday, and Nathan had a sleepover at his friend's house. As soon as I dropped him off, I drove straight to the police station. The officer at the desk, a younger woman named Officer Daniels, initially seemed skeptical when I started explaining the situation. But when I showed her the router logs and told her about Carl's comments, her expression changed completely. She called in a detective, a man named Detective Reeves who specialized in cybercrimes. He took my statement, examined the screenshots I'd taken of the router settings, and said something that still haunts me. "This looks like a hidden camera setup. They usually connect to your Wi-Fi to transmit footage in real time." He explained that modern spy cameras are tiny, some no bigger than a button, and can be hidden almost anywhere. We arranged for officers to come to my apartment that afternoon with detection equipment. I met them outside my building, my legs feeling like jelly as we walked up the stairs. Detective Reeves had brought a special device that could detect wireless signals and hidden cameras. We started in the living room, the device making occasional beeping sounds near electronics, which he said was normal. The kitchen was clear, so was Nathan's room, thank God. But when we entered my bedroom, the device went crazy, emitting a high-pitched continuous tone near the wall opposite my bed. The detective moved it slowly along the wall until he pinpointed the source: my air conditioning vent. Using a screwdriver, he carefully removed the vent cover, and there it was. A tiny black device no bigger than a USB drive, with a small lens pointed directly at my bed. It had been positioned perfectly to capture everything, powered by a small battery pack and transmitting constantly through my own Wi-Fi. The detective carefully bagged it as evidence, his face grim as he told me they'd be able to trace exactly where the footage had been going. While Detective Reeves worked on his laptop in my living room, tracing the camera's transmission path, I sat on my couch feeling violated in ways I couldn't even articulate. Every private moment from the last 3 months flashed through my mind, changing clothes, sleeping. Those late-night content creation sessions I thought were secret. The detective's typing stopped abruptly, and he turned the screen toward me. The IP address matched exactly with one registered to the apartment directly below mine. Carl's apartment. The detective immediately called for backup, and within minutes, 3 more officers arrived. They had me stay upstairs with Officer Daniels while they went to confront Carl. From my window, I watched them knock on his door, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. Carl answered quickly, almost like he'd been expecting them, wearing that same friendly smile he always had. But I could see the moment his expression changed, when Detective Reeves showed him the warrant they'd obtained through an emergency judicial order. The search of Carl's apartment revealed a setup that made everyone involved sick to their stomachs. Detective Reeves later told me they found 3 monitors in Carl's bedroom, one dedicated entirely to the feed from my apartment. Hundreds of hours of footage were stored on external hard drives, meticulously organized by date and time. But the worst part was what they found in a locked folder on his computer. He'd been comparing my online content with the illegally recorded footage, using some kind of facial recognition software to confirm it was me. He had spreadsheets documenting my schedule, notes about when Nathan left for school, when I showered, when I worked out. There were even recordings from days when I was just sleeping or reading in bed, completely unaware that someone was watching my every move. The police found receipts showing he'd purchased the camera 6 months ago, but had only installed it after figuring out about my online work, which he'd discovered by using specialized software to track IP addresses from content creators in our area code. They arrested Carl right there in his apartment, and I watched from my window as they led him out in handcuffs. He looked up at my window just once, and the expression on his face wasn't anger or shame. It was disappointment, like I'd ruined some fantasy he'd built up in his head. The officers seized all his equipment as evidence, and Detective Reeves assured me Carl would be facing multiple felony charges, including invasion of privacy, cyberstalking, and illegal surveillance. What really got to me was when the detective mentioned that Carl had never actually subscribed to my content or paid for anything. He'd just been stealing these intimate moments from my real life, preferring the authentic, unguarded version of me to anything I posted online. The building manager was horrified when he found out, and immediately offered to let me break my lease without penalty. I found a new apartment across town within a week, making sure it was in a building with better security and no shared ventilation systems. The legal process took months, but Carl eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. He got 18 months in prison, 3 years probation, and a permanent restraining order. I had to close my online accounts and lost that income stream, but honestly, it was a relief. I picked up extra shifts at the dental office and found a weekend job doing medical transcription from home. Legitimate work that barely covers Nathan's tuition, but lets me sleep at night. Nathan never learned the full details, just that we moved because of a creepy neighbor situation. Sometimes I still check every vent in our new apartment, run my fingers along the edges looking for anything unusual. I bought a device that detects hidden cameras, and I sweep my bedroom twice a week, maybe more if I'm feeling anxious. People sometimes ask why I moved so suddenly, why I'm so careful about my privacy now. I just tell them you can never be too cautious these days. The truth is, I learned that the walls we think protect us can be paper thin, and sometimes the most dangerous people are the ones who smile at you every morning while harboring obsessions you could never imagine. The divorce papers had been finalized in January 2023, and by March, reality hit hard. 32 years old, living in a cramped apartment outside Columbus, Ohio, and barely making ends meet at the auto shop where I'd worked for 8 years. Child support for my daughter Kayla took half my paycheck, and the other half disappeared into rent, groceries, and the mountain of credit card debt from when Jennifer and I were still pretending everything was fine. One night, after 3 beers and scrolling through my phone, an ad popped up about people making thousands on OnlyFans, and honestly, why not? I wasn't bad looking, 6 feet tall, decent shape from hauling engines all day, and according to my ex's friends who'd hit on me at barbecues, I had that rugged mechanic thing going for me. Setting up the account felt surreal, taking photos in my bathroom mirror, figuring out angles that didn't show the water stain on my ceiling. But within 2 weeks, I had 40 subscribers at $15 a month. Not life-changing money, but enough to finally fix my truck's transmission. For 3 months, everything ran like clockwork. Post a couple photos after work, maybe a video on weekends, answer some messages with the kind of flirty banter that made middle-aged women from Nebraska feel special. Most subscribers were respectful, just lonely people looking for connection, sending $10 or $20 tips with messages like, "Made my day handsome," or "Love a man who works with his hands." Then in late June, this account called GoldenEye369 subscribed and immediately stood out. No profile picture, no bio, just a generic username. But they tipped $200 on my welcome message without asking for anything special. Over the next week, they'd drop another 100 here, 50 there, always with vague compliments like, exactly what I was looking for, or perfect choice, never requesting anything specific like the others did. The money was too good to question. In 2 weeks, GoldenEye 369 had sent me almost $800, enough to catch up on utilities and even take Kayla to Cedar Point for her 15th birthday. Everything changed on a humid Friday night in early July when GoldenEye 369 finally made their first real request, a private video call for $500, just 15 minutes. Nothing weird, just want to see you live. $500 for 15 minutes was more than I made in a day at the shop, and rent was due Monday, so I messaged back saying sure, we could set it up for 11 that night after I got home from my shift. They responded instantly with the payment and a link to some video platform I'd never heard of called Secure Stream, insisting we use that instead of OnlyFans' built-in video feature because they claim to have privacy concerns with the main platform. The site looked professional enough, required me to create an account with my email, and had me test my camera and microphone before the call. Everything seemed legitimate, just another paranoid rich person worried about their identity, which honestly made sense given how much money they were throwing around. At 11 on the dot, I clicked the call link, and the screen stayed black on their end while my camera showed my face clearly in the corner. They typed in the chat that their camera was broken, but they could see and hear me fine. For 15 minutes, I did what they asked. Took off my shirt, flexed a little, told some made-up story about a wild night in Vegas, exactly the kind of harmless fantasy content I'd been selling for months. GoldenEye 369 kept typing enthusiastic responses, sending another 200 in tips through the platform during the call, asking me to stand up, turn around, show different angles. Nothing that crossed any serious lines, but definitely more directing than most clients did. When the timer hit 15 minutes, they thanked me profusely, said I was absolutely perfect for what they needed, and the call ended automatically, leaving me $600 richer and feeling pretty good about the easiest money I'd ever made in my life. Saturday morning hit different. Woke up around 10 to my phone buzzing nonstop, and when I checked my email, there were 17 messages from an address I didn't recognize. Gotcha Forever 88 tier Proton Mail. The subject line on every single one just said, "Ryan, open this now," and my chest got tight before I even clicked the first one. The email had 3 attachments, crystal clear screenshots from last night's video call, showing me shirtless, mid-flex, face completely visible. And worst of all, in the corner of each image was my full name from the Secure Stream account I'd created. The message itself was short and brutal. "Nice show last night. $5,000 to Bitcoin wallet below by Monday noon. Or these go to Jennifer, your ex-wife's email was listed. Brennan Auto Repair, my boss's direct email. Columbus City Schools Administration, where Kayla went to school. And your Facebook friends list. They'd somehow grabbed all 847 names. At the bottom, they'd added one more line that made me run to the bathroom and throw up. We recorded everything, including the parts where you got more comfortable. Pay up or everyone sees who Ryan really is." I must have read that email 50 times, each time hoping the words would change, that maybe this was some sick joke or a nightmare I'd wake up from. $5,000. Might as well have been $5 million with my bank account showing $247 and change. Called my buddy Craig, who knew about computers, trying to stay vague, asking if emails could be traced or if Bitcoin was really anonymous like people said, and he just laughed and said whoever was blackmailing me probably knew what they were doing if they were using Proton and cryptocurrency. The screenshot quality was perfect too, not grainy or distorted. My face clear as day, the kind of images that would spread through my small suburb like wildfire, ending up on Kayla's classmates' phones by lunch period Monday. Started calculating desperately. I had 3 credit cards with maybe 2,000 total available credit. Could sell my PlayStation and watch for maybe 500. Had that old Mustang engine block in my garage worth 800 if I could find a buyer by tomorrow. And maybe, just maybe, I could borrow the rest from my brother Doug if I made up some story about needing emergency car repairs. Sunday disappeared in a blur of pawn shops, Facebook Marketplace meetups, and sketchy parking lots. and humiliating phone calls where I begged people for money without being able to explain why I really needed it. Sold the PlayStation to some college kid for $300. Way less than it was worth, but I needed cash immediately. Then drove 2 hours to Dayton because someone there would buy the Mustang engine block same day for $600. Doug came through with $1,500 after I fed him some story about needing to fix my truck's transmission, or I'd lose my job, and the guilt of lying to him hurt almost as much as the fear of those screenshots getting out. By Sunday night, I'd maxed out all 3 credit cards doing cash advances at different ATMs, paying those insane fees because what choice did I have? Sitting at my kitchen table at 2 in the morning, counting and recounting the crumpled bills and bank transfer confirmations. I had $4,047, still short, but maybe they'd take it. Maybe they'd understand I was trying, that this was literally everything I could scrape together without robbing a bank. Monday morning at 8 sharp, I sent my first email to Gotcha4Ever88, explaining I had most of the money, begging for more time or to accept the $4,047 as final payment, promising I'd delete my OnlyFans and never do anything like this again. They responded in 12 minutes. Full amount or photos go out at noon, no negotiations. Clock's ticking, Ryan. In panic mode hit different this time. Called in sick to work. Drove to 3 different payday loan places. Got turned down at 2 for having too much existing debt. But the third one, this shady spot behind a liquor store, gave me $300 at some criminal interest rate I didn't even look at. Sold my spare tire and jack to a mechanic friend for $50. Found $40 in change in my couch and car. And at 11:47 a.m., I initiated the Bitcoin transfer for exactly $5,000. My entire life savings plus debt I'd be paying off for years. All gone in a single transaction to some anonymous wallet that could be anywhere in the world. The confirmation email came at 12:03 p.m. Payment received. Your secret is safe, for now. Those 3 dots after safe made my skin prickle because I knew, deep in my gut, that this wasn't over. That people who do this kind of thing don't just walk away after one score. For 2 weeks, though, life went back to something resembling normal. Went to work, picked up extra shifts to start paying Doug back, deleted OnlyFans and all my content, even changed my phone number and email address. Then Wednesday afternoon, while I was under a Honda Accord changing oil, Craig texted me that I had a visitor at the shop. And when I rolled out, there was a kid, couldn't have been more than 19, holding an envelope with my name on it. Inside was a single printed screenshot I hadn't seen before. Much more explicit than the others, time-stamped from later in that video call, along with a note. $2,000 by Friday or this one goes viral on Twitter with your full name and city. Previous payment only covered the first batch. This time I didn't panic, didn't scramble. I drove straight to the Columbus Police Department and asked to speak with someone about online blackmail. Detective Fowler, a woman about my age with tired eyes and coffee stains on her sleeve, took me to a small interview room and listened to the whole embarrassing story without judgment. She typed notes while I showed her the emails, the Bitcoin wallet address, the screenshots, everything except the actual content because I couldn't bear to show that to another human being. After 40 minutes, she leaned back and delivered the news that crushed whatever hope I'd carried into that building. The Proton Mail account was untraceable. Without a warrant, they'd never get approved. The Bitcoin wallet showed the money had already been moved through 6 different exchanges across 4 countries. And GoldenEye 369's OnlyFans account had been created using a VPN that bounced through servers in Romania, Vietnam, and Nigeria. These operations are usually run from countries where we have no jurisdiction, she explained, sliding me a pamphlet about cybercrime that felt like a sick joke. Even if we could identify them, which is nearly impossible, they're probably in a place where local law enforcement won't cooperate. Your best bet is to not pay anymore, document everything, and consider telling your close contacts before they do. I didn't pay the second demand, couldn't even if I wanted to. I was already drowning in debt from the first payment, working 70 hours a week just to cover minimums on the payday loans and credit cards. Friday came and went, and nothing happened. Then Saturday, Sunday, a whole week of silence that almost felt worse than getting the threats because at least then I knew where I stood. Every notification on my phone made my heart race. Every unknown number at work made me want to hide in the bathroom. And when Jennifer called about picking up Kayla for the weekend, I nearly threw up thinking she'd seen something online. The screenshots never surfaced on Twitter or anywhere else I could find. And after 3 weeks of obsessive Googling my own name, I started to think maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. Maybe Detective Fowler was right, and calling their bluff had worked. But that feeling of relief was poisoned because I knew they still had those videos, those screenshots, sitting on a hard drive somewhere across the world, and any day could be the day they decided to destroy my life for fun or profit, or just because they were bored. It's been 4 months now since that video call, and while nothing else has happened, no more emails, no more demands, no leaked content, I live with this constant weight in my chest that never fully goes away. Had to tell Jennifer about the debt when she questioned why I was late on child support twice. Made up a gambling problem that was easier to explain than the truth. And now she barely lets me see Kayla unsupervised, thinking I'm some degenerate who can't control himself. Changed jobs, moved apartments, deleted all social media, basically became a ghost trying to stay off anyone's radar. But every time I meet someone new, every time a coworker wants to connect on Instagram, or a woman at a bar asks for my number, I think about those files floating out there in the dark web ether, waiting. The other night I got a spam email about cryptocurrency investment opportunities, completely unrelated to any of this. But seeing those words Bitcoin and anonymous in the subject line sent me into such a panic that I dry heaved in my bathroom for 20 minutes. That's the real horror of this whole thing. Not just what happened, but knowing it's never really over. That somewhere in the world, someone has a piece of me they can weaponize whenever they want. And all I can do is wait and hope they've forgotten I exist. Hope that I'm not worth their time anymore. Hope that one day I'll check my email without feeling like I'm going to pass out. The autumn of 2023 changed everything about how I see the internet, relationships, and trust. My senior year of engineering at a state university in Michigan was supposed to be about finishing strong, landing a job, and figuring out life with my girlfriend, Brooke. We'd been together since sophomore year, sharing a tiny off-campus apartment until she decided to get her own place closer to her nursing program. We'd meet up between classes at the campus coffee shop, spend weekends binge-watching shows, and plan our future after graduation. When she mentioned starting an OnlyFans account that September to help with her student loans, I tried to be supportive. She said it would just be simple content, nothing too explicit, just enough to make some extra cash. The way she explained it made sense, and honestly, her financial stress had been weighing on both of us for months. At first, everything seemed fine. Brooke would text me about her subscriber count going up, excited about the extra income finally letting her breathe financially. She bought new camera equipment, ring lights, and even splurged on some takeout for us both when we'd been living on ramen for weeks. But by early November, something shifted. Her responses to my texts became shorter, taking hours to reply when she used to answer within minutes. Our planned study sessions got canceled last minute, and when we did meet up, she kept checking her phone constantly, her face tense whenever a notification popped up. She started wearing long sleeves even indoors, claiming the library was freezing, and dark circles appeared under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide. When I asked if everything was okay with the OnlyFans thing, she'd force a laugh and change the subject, saying the platform was just more time-consuming than she expected. The breaking point came on a Friday in mid-November. Brooke hadn't responded to any of my messages for 2 days, which had never happened before, not even during her most stressful exam weeks. I'd gone by her apartment twice, but her roommate Jasmine said she hadn't seen her either, just heard her door close late at night sometimes. That Friday afternoon, I decided to skip my thermodynamics lecture and go check on her again. Her building had this broken security door that never quite latched, so I let myself in and climbed to the 3rd floor. Standing outside her door, I could hear something playing inside. Sounded like music, or maybe a video. I knocked for almost 5 minutes, calling her name. Even tried the handle, knowing she sometimes forgot to lock it. The door swung open to an empty apartment, but her laptop sat open on the kitchen counter, its screen casting this eerie blue glow across the dark room. What I saw on that screen made my whole body go numb. It was her OnlyFans streaming dashboard, still logged in, showing an active live stream with over 300 viewers. The video feed showed Brooke in some room I didn't recognize. Bare white walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, a mattress on the floor. She was talking to the camera, but something about her voice sounded wrong, too cheerful, almost scripted. Her eyes kept darting to something off-screen, and every few seconds she'd pause mid-sentence like someone was coaching her on what to say. The chat was going crazy with tips and requests, but she wasn't acknowledging any of them the way she usually did in her streams. I knew because I'd watched a few of her early ones to be supportive, and she always had this natural way of interacting with viewers. This wasn't that. This was something else entirely. I grabbed the laptop and sat down right there on her kitchen floor, trying to process what I was seeing. The stream continued, and I noticed details that made everything worse. Brooke's wrists had these faint red marks when she moved her arms certain ways, like she'd been restrained recently. Behind her cheerful expression, her jaw muscles kept clenching, and she'd occasionally blink in these rapid patterns, almost like Morse code. I started screen recording everything on my phone while frantically looking through the streaming dashboard for any location information. The account showed the stream originating from somewhere in Michigan, but the IP address kept changing every few minutes, bouncing between different cities. Her recent videos tab showed daily uploads for the past week, all filmed in that same stark room, all with that same forced enthusiasm. The payment history showed thousands of dollars in tips flowing in, but the withdrawal account had been changed 3 days ago to some cryptocurrency wallet I didn't recognize. I immediately called 911, my voice cracking as I tried to explain the situation to the dispatcher. They transferred me twice before someone finally took down the information, but I could tell from their tone they weren't taking it seriously. A missing person report couldn't be filed yet since it hadn't been 48 hours, and when I mentioned the live stream, they said if she was actively posting content, she probably wasn't missing. I drove straight to the police station with the laptop, demanding someone look at what I'd found. The desk sergeant barely glanced at the screen before telling me that relationship disputes weren't their priority, and that plenty of people in that line of work ghost their partners for safety reasons. Even when I showed him the red marks on her wrists, the strange blinking patterns, he just shrugged and said, "Rough content pays better." They took my information, gave me a case number, and essentially showed me the door. For the next 3 weeks, I became obsessed with finding her. I reached out to every person in her contacts, called her parents in Grand Rapids who hadn't heard from her but weren't worried because she often went weeks without calling. I spent entire nights analyzing the live stream recordings, mapping out the schedule of when new content got posted. Always between 2 and 4 a.m., always that same room, always that same forced performance. I tried reverse image searching screenshots, contacted other OnlyFans creators asking if they recognized the setup, even paid a private investigator my entire savings to look into it. He traced the cryptocurrency wallet to an exchange based in Eastern Europe, but hit dead ends after that. The live streams continued daily, and I watched every single one, looking for any clue about where she was. Sometimes there were muffled sounds in the background, footsteps, doors closing, once what sounded like a train passing by. I compiled everything into folders, timestamps, audio analysis I ran through free software, building this massive case file that nobody wanted to look at. By early December, the streams suddenly stopped. Her OnlyFans page went dark, no new content, no response to the hundreds of messages from subscribers asking where she went. I felt this mix of hope and dread. Maybe she'd escaped, or maybe something worse had happened. I kept checking the site obsessively, refreshing every hour, while also monitoring missing persons databases, hospital admission records I could access through a friend in med school, even checking Jane Doe reports, though I hated myself for doing it. Her apartment stayed empty, rent unpaid, until the landlord started the eviction process. I went through her things before they threw everything out, finding nothing except normal college student stuff, textbooks, clothes, a half-finished knitting project she'd been making for her mom's birthday. Jasmine told me Brooke had been getting weird packages delivered in the weeks before she disappeared. Small boxes she'd immediately take to her room, but the shipping labels were always torn off by the time they hit the recycling. Then, in late February 2024, her OnlyFans account came back to life. I got the notification at 3 a.m. while I was up studying for midterms, and seeing her username pop up on my phone made me physically sick. The new video was definitely recent. She was wearing a necklace I'd given her for Christmas, the one that had been in her jewelry box when I went through her apartment. But everything else about her had changed. She'd lost weight, her cheekbones sharp under the ring light, and there were these small scars on her shoulders that hadn't been there before. Her hair was shorter, dyed black instead of her natural brown, and she moved differently, more mechanical, like she was following choreographed steps. The room was different too, still bare walls, but now with a window visible in the corner showing city lights I couldn't identify. She never spoke in this video, just performed, but her eyes would occasionally flick toward the camera with this expression I'd never seen on her face before. Not fear exactly, but this hollow recognition, like she knew I might be watching. I downloaded the video immediately and spent hours analyzing every frame. In one brief moment, when she turned away from the camera, I caught a reflection in that window, the silhouette of someone else in the room, tall, standing perfectly still by what looked like a door. The metadata had been scrubbed clean, but there was this tiny detail everyone else probably missed. She was tapping her fingers against her leg in a pattern. I slowed it down, counted the taps, and realized she was spelling something out. It took me hours to decode it, playing the same 15-second segment over and over until my eyes burned. She was tapping out an address. Not perfectly, some numbers were unclear, but enough that I could narrow it down to a specific area in Detroit, about 2 hours from campus. My heart hammered as I mapped out potential buildings in that zone, cross-referencing with the city lights I could see in that window reflection, trying to triangulate which floor she might be on based on the angle. I drove to Detroit that same morning, skipping all my classes, running on nothing but gas station coffee and adrenaline. The area her tapping had indicated was a cluster of old industrial buildings, some converted to lofts, others still abandoned. I spent the entire day walking through those streets, looking up at windows, trying to match the view from her video. Around sunset, I found it, a 7-story building that had been partially converted into live workspaces, the kind that advertised month-to-month rentals with no credit checks. The 4th-floor corner unit had the exact same window configuration, the same angle toward the city lights. I waited outside until someone was leaving and caught the door, then made my way up the stairwell, my legs barely working from the fear and exhaustion. At the 4th floor, I could hear music coming from behind the corner unit's door, the same generic electronic beats that played in her recent videos. I called the police from the hallway, gave them the address, told them I had reason to believe someone was being held against their will. This time I didn't mention OnlyFans or streaming. I just said I'd heard screaming and suspicious sounds. They said they'd send someone. While waiting for the police, I kept my ear pressed against the door, and that's when I heard voices. At least 2 men speaking in a language I couldn't identify. And then, unmistakably, Brooke's laugh, but forced and too loud. 20 minutes later, 2 officers finally showed up, looking annoyed about the call. They knocked, announced themselves, and everything inside went silent instantly. After a long pause, a man opened the door just a crack, speaking perfect English with no accent, claiming he lived alone and hadn't heard any disturbances. The officers barely pushed, didn't ask to come in, didn't question why I could still hear that music playing from inside. They told me to stop harassing residents and threatened to arrest me if I didn't leave immediately. As we walked away, I looked back and saw a figure in the window, just for a second, and I swear it was Brooke, pressing her palm flat against the glass before someone pulled her back into the darkness. I didn't give up. I contacted the FBI Cybercrime Division, filed reports with the National Human Trafficking Hotline, even reached out to journalists who covered similar cases. Most never responded, and those who did said they needed more concrete evidence than videos and speculation. I hired a different private investigator, one who specialized in these cases, and she actually made progress. She found that the apartment was rented under a shell company that traced back to a network of similar properties across the Midwest, all cash payments, all hosting young women who appeared on various cam sites. She said this was bigger than just Brooke, that there were probably dozens of girls caught in the same situation, but without law enforcement cooperation, there was nothing we could legally do. She advised me to keep documenting everything and wait for them to make a mistake. So I kept watching the streams, which now happened sporadically, maybe once a week. Each time, Brooke looked more distant, more automated, like whatever fight she'd had in her was slowly being drained away. The last stream I watched was in April 2024. She looked directly at the camera at one point, really looked. Not the empty performance stare, but genuine eye contact, and mouthed 2 words: "Stop watching." I understood what she meant. My obsession wasn't helping her. It was just feeding the system that held her. I closed the laptop, deleted my account, and stopped checking. I filed one final police report with everything I'd gathered, sent copies to 3 different FBI field offices, and then tried to return to my life. I graduated that May with a degree I could barely remember earning. I still check missing person sites sometimes, still jump when I see women who look like her from behind. Her OnlyFans account is still active as far as I know. Friends have told me they've seen new content posted, but I keep my promise not to look. Sometimes I dream about that moment at the window, her hand pressed against the glass, and I wake up wondering if there was something more I could have done, some authority I didn't contact, some evidence I missed. All I know is that she's still out there somewhere, performing for strangers, and the system that took her continues operating in plain sight, while everyone pretends not to see. Phoenix gets unbearably hot in July, and my tiny studio apartment near Camelback Road had the worst air conditioning you could imagine. Brandon had been gone for 3 weeks by then, and I was still finding his stuff everywhere. A phone charger behind the nightstand, his favorite hot sauce in the back of the fridge, one of his socks stuck to the inside of the dryer. My sister Grace had helped me move out while he was at work, stuffing my entire life into her pickup truck in under 2 hours. We'd been together 4 years, and leaving felt like ripping off my own skin. The locks were changed the same day I moved in, and every notification on my phone still made my chest tighten, expecting another one of his rage-filled texts somehow breaking through the blocks I'd set up on everything. Creating an OnlyFans account wasn't something I'd planned, but my friend Melody had been doing it for months and clearing more than her nursing salary. The afternoon I set up my profile, I remember sitting cross-legged on my second-hand couch, laptop heating up my thighs, thinking about how Brandon would absolutely lose his mind if he knew. That thought made me smile for the first time in weeks, not because I wanted to hurt him, but because for once I was doing something purely for myself, something he couldn't control or criticize. My fingers trembled slightly as I uploaded the first photos, nothing too wild. Just some lingerie shots Melody had helped me take against the exposed brick wall in my bedroom. Within 3 days, I had 40 subscribers, and by the end of the second week, I was making enough to cover half my rent. Everything changed on a Wednesday morning when I woke up to a comment on one of my posts from a user called Desert Watcher 62. The message itself seemed harmless enough. Love the way you bite your lip when you're nervous. But something about it made my stomach churn. Brandon always used to point out that habit, said it drove him crazy in both good and bad ways. I told myself I was being paranoid, that lots of guys probably noticed things like that. But then more comments started appearing from the same account. That birthmark on your hip looks like a crescent moon in this lighting. Only someone who'd seen me up close would know about that birthmark, hidden as it was just below my bikini line. "You still sleep on the left side of the bed, I see." The photo he commented on showed only a corner of my mattress, but he was right. The comments got more specific over the next few days, each one a little needle of recognition that made my whole body tense up. "Remember when you wore that color to Sedona?" Under a photo in a red lingerie set. Brandon and I had gone to Sedona for our anniversary 2 years ago, and I'd worn a red dress he'd picked out. "You always did look best at 3 a.m. appeared under a late-night post, and I remembered all those fights that lasted until dawn, him telling me I was beautiful even while calling me horrible names in the same breath. Desert Watcher 62 never said anything explicitly threatening, never crossed any obvious lines, but each comment felt like a fingernail dragging across my brain, leaving marks only I could see. My dad called me on a Friday afternoon while I was grocery shopping at the Safeway on McDowell Road, his voice strange and tight in a way I'd never heard before. "Honey, we need to talk about something," he said, and I abandoned my half-full cart right there in the cereal aisle. He told me that someone had sent an email to his work address, the one listed on his company's website, with screenshots from my OnlyFans page attached. The subject line read, "Thought you should see what your daughter is up to these days." Mom had gotten one too, sent to her personal Gmail with the message, "Such a shame about Lisa, she seemed like such a nice girl." The screenshots were the tamest ones on my profile, just me in lingerie, but they'd been edited with red circles around certain parts of my body and arrows pointing to details with typed notes like, "Mole on left shoulder" and "Scar from bike accident age 12. Whoever sent them knew things about my body that you'd only notice after years of intimacy. Grace got hers the next morning, sent to her work email at the dental office where she was a hygienist, right before her Saturday shift. This one was different though. It included a photo I'd never posted anywhere, one from my phone that I'd taken but decided against uploading. It was me trying on lingerie in my bathroom mirror, my face fully visible, a test shot from weeks ago. The only way someone could have that photo was if they had access to my phone or my cloud storage. My password was one Brandon could never guess. I'd made sure of that, but he'd always been weirdly good with technology, used to brag about teaching himself to code and hack when he was younger. The email to Grace said, "Your sister should be more careful with her privacy settings," and included a link to my OnlyFans page with the message, "Family discount available." I filed a police report that same afternoon at the Phoenix Police Department station on Washington Street, sitting in a plastic chair that stuck to the back of my thighs, while Officer Garrett typed slowly on his computer. He kept asking if I had any proof it was Brandon, and all I could offer were the comments that referenced things only he would know. "Could be a coincidence," he said, not even looking up from his screen. "Lots of people have obsessive fans online these days." But then he pulled up Brandon's record, and his eyebrows went up slightly. Turns out Brandon was on probation for a harassment charge from his previous girlfriend, something he'd never told me about. Officer Garrett made a call to Brandon's probation officer, a woman named Diane Walters who sounded tired even at 2 in the afternoon. Brandon had checked in with her that morning, claiming he was in Flagstaff for a construction job. Had even sent her a selfie in front of what looked like a job site with mountains in the background. The security footage changed everything though. Officer Garrett called me 3 days later, asked me to come back to the station immediately. They'd pulled video from the convenience store across from my apartment complex, and there was Brandon's silver Ford F-150, clear as day, parked in their lot for 3 hours the previous Monday night. The timestamp showed him arriving at 11:47 p.m. and leaving at 2:53 a.m., just sitting there in the dark with a perfect view of my bedroom window. The same night I'd done a live stream for my subscribers, the first one I'd ever done, wearing a silk robe Melody had bought me as a congratulations gift. They had footage from 4 different nights over the past 2 weeks, always the same pattern, arriving late, parking in that exact spot, leaving after exactly 3 hours. One night the camera caught him getting out to throw away what looked like fast food containers, and his face was perfectly visible in the fluorescent light of the store's sign. Getting the restraining order felt like winning a small war. the judge signing it without hesitation, after seeing the surveillance footage and the emails to my family. Brandon showed up to court wearing the same cologne he'd worn on our first date, that woody scent that used to make me feel safe and now made me want to throw up. He kept trying to make eye contact while his lawyer argued that the emails could have come from anyone, that sitting in a public parking lot wasn't illegal. But the judge, a woman with steel gray hair and glasses on a chain, wasn't buying it. "Mr. Coleman," she said, using his last name like it tasted bad, "you're on probation for similar behavior. You lied to your probation officer about your whereabouts, and you were surveilling your ex-girlfriend's residence. The temporary restraining order is granted." Brandon's jaw clenched the way it used to right before he'd punch a wall, and his lawyer put a hand on his shoulder to keep him seated. That night I thought maybe I could breathe again, even celebrated with Melody over cheap wine in my kitchen, laughing about how his lawyer's toupee kept sliding backward every time he gestured. But 2 days later, a new account started commenting on my posts. Sunset Driver 88 this time. "That wine looks like the kind you can only get at Total Wine on Bell Road, the barefoot brand you always loved." I hadn't posted any pictures with wine, but there was a glass barely visible in the corner of one photo, so blurry you'd have to zoom in to even notice it was there. Then came Phoenix native 45 a week later. "Your new couch looks uncomfortable. Bet the old one was better." The couch he was referring to was the one we'd bought together at a furniture outlet in Tempe, the one I'd left behind because it smelled like him and had a cigarette burn from one of his drunk nights. The new accounts kept coming like clockwork, each lasting about a week before I could report and block them, each with those specific comments that felt like invisible hands around my throat. Valley Resident 77 knew about the nightmare I'd had about drowning when I was 10, commenting, "Water scenes might trigger you, careful," under a shower video. Arizona Sun 23 mentioned the exact shade of nail polish I'd worn to his brother's wedding. "That coral color never did match your skin tone." I started keeping a spreadsheet of all the usernames, the comments, the timestamps, bringing everything to Officer Garrett, who said they were building a case but needed more concrete evidence linking them to Brandon. The IP addresses were all different, bouncing through VPNs and proxy servers, but the writing style was always the same, that passive-aggressive tone I'd lived with for 4 years, the backhanded observations disguised as compliments, the little digs that seemed innocent unless you knew the context. My OnlyFans income had doubled by then, enough that I could afford to move to a better apartment complex in Scottsdale with actual security gates and cameras, but I still see those usernames in my sleep sometimes. Brandon got arrested 2 months later when he violated probation by approaching Grace at her gym, asking about me, but he posted bail the next day. The detective assigned to my case says they're close to charging him with cyberstalking, that the digital forensics team found evidence on his laptop, but these things take time. Last week, a new account appeared, Desert Memories 2024, and the first comment simply said, "Nice new place, better locks than the last one." I've changed my locks twice since moving here, installed extra security cameras, even got a German shepherd named Bruno who barks at everything. But every time I post new content, I wonder which username is him, which seemingly supportive comment is actually him letting me know he's still watching, still obsessed, still unable to let go. Everyone in Stillwater knew me as the girl who made the perfect oat milk latte at Common Grounds, that little coffee shop on Main Street with the exposed brick walls and hanging plants everywhere. I'd been working there since dropping out of college 2 years ago, saving up money while taking online classes for my accounting degree. The pay wasn't great, barely covering rent for my studio apartment above the antique shop, but the tips kept me afloat, and the regular customers felt like family. Most mornings, I'd open the shop at 6, watching the town wake up through the big front window, while the espresso machine hissed and the first batch of muffins filled the air with warmth. Life felt simple and predictable in the best way possible. Just me and my cat Oliver in our little routine. Nobody knew about the OnlyFans account except my best friend Ashley, who lived in Dallas. And that's exactly how I wanted to keep it. My mom still thought I was saving myself for marriage, and half the town probably assumed the same thing about the quiet barista who wore oversized sweaters and kept to herself. The account started as a joke, honestly, something Ashley and I laughed about after too much wine during a video call one Friday night in early October. She'd been doing it for months, making enough to pay off her student loans, posting mostly feet pics and the occasional lingerie shot, nothing too wild. I figured why not try it for a month, see if I could make some extra cash for Christmas presents, and maybe finally fix the rattling noise in my Toyota Camry. The username Coffee Bean Queen seemed clever at the time, playing off my day job without being too obvious, and I kept my face out of most photos, just showing my tattoo of a moon phase down my spine and the birthmark on my hip that looked like a tiny butterfly. Within 3 days, somehow, the account exploded with thousands of followers, way more than Ashley had ever gotten, and the money started rolling in faster than I could process. By the end of the first week, I'd made more than my monthly salary at the coffee shop, all from posting pictures that seemed tame compared to what most creators were doing. Everything changed on a Wednesday morning in late October when I noticed something weird at work. 3 guys I'd never seen before came in together, ordered plain black coffees, and sat in the corner booth for over 2 hours. They kept glancing at me behind the counter, leaning in close to whisper to each other, and one of them had his phone angled in my direction the entire time. When I went to clear a nearby table, I heard one of them say, "Coffee Bean Queen," clear as day, followed by quiet laughter that made my chest tighten. They left exact change on the table, $15 for 3 coffees that cost $9 total. And on the receipt they'd written my username in blue pen with a winking face next to it. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that maybe they were talking about actual coffee or some inside joke, but deep down I knew they'd found me. The next few days brought more strangers to common grounds. Always men, always in groups of 2 or 3, always ordering the cheapest thing on the menu and camping out for hours. They'd position themselves where they could watch me work, some pretending to read newspapers while obviously taking photos, others bold enough to aim their phones directly at me when I bent down to get supplies from the lower shelves. My regular customers started noticing too, especially Harold, who'd been coming in every morning since his wife died 5 years ago, asking me if those boys were bothering me and offering to have a word with them. But what could I say? That strangers from the internet were stalking me at my minimum wage job because they'd seen me in lingerie online? I just smiled and said they were probably just passing through town, even though we both knew nobody just passed through Stillwater without a reason. By the second week of November, the situation had gotten completely out of control. Every shift felt like being on display at some twisted zoo, with new faces appearing daily, all of them knowing exactly who I was underneath my green apron and coffee-stained jeans. They started getting creative with their payments, leaving $20 bills with "Show us more" written in the margins, or sliding $50 across the counter for a $3 coffee while maintaining uncomfortably long eye contact. One guy wearing a Cowboys jersey and reeking of cigarettes actually had the nerve to ask if I did private shows, right there at the register with other customers waiting behind him. My manager, Keith, sweet old Keith, who treated me like his granddaughter, started scheduling himself for more shifts after he caught a group of them following me to my car after closing. He never asked questions, just started walking me out every night, his hand hovering near the baseball bat he kept behind the counter. The breaking point came when I found an envelope under my windshield wiper after my shift on a Monday night. Inside were printed screenshots from my OnlyFans page, the ones where you could see my moon phase tattoo clearly, along with a handwritten note that said, "We know where you live, Coffee Bean Queen," and a photo of my apartment building taken from across the street. My fingers went numb holding that paper, standing there in the empty parking lot behind common grounds, while the streetlight flickered above me like something out of a horror movie. That night I deleted everything. The OnlyFans account, the separate Instagram I'd made for it, the Cash App, all of it gone with shaking fingers while Oliver meowed at me from his perch on the bathroom sink. I thought that would end it, that these creeps would lose interest once the content stopped, move on to harassing some other girl trying to make ends meet. God, I actually believed that would be enough to make them stop. The harassment only got worse after I went offline. The regular groups of men at the coffee shop turned aggressive, demanding to know why I'd deleted my account, asking what they'd done wrong, as if stalking me at my workplace was somehow reasonable behavior. They started leaving bigger tips with messages that progressed from desperate to threatening. "Come back, baby," turned into "You owe us," turned into "We paid for you," scrawled on $100 bills that I refused to touch. Keith installed new security cameras and started keeping the police non-emergency number taped next to the register. But what were we supposed to tell them? That customers were leaving large tips? That men were drinking coffee while looking at me? Everything they did danced right on the edge of legal, careful not to cross any lines that would get them arrested. Even when 5 of them showed up wearing matching red baseball caps with CBQ embroidered on them, the cops who responded said, unless they made explicit threats or touched me, it was just an unusual fashion choice. Then came that Friday morning in mid-November, when I walked out to my car at 5:30 to head to work, and saw what they'd done. Someone had keyed "Come back online" across the driver's side door in jagged, angry letters that cut through the silver paint down to the metal. The windshield had a crack running from corner to corner, deliberate and precise, and they'd stuffed printed photos under every wiper. Pictures from my account that I thought were gone forever. Pictures of me walking to my car. Pictures of me through my apartment window watering my plants. I called the police right there in my parking lot, sobbing into the phone while my elderly neighbor peered through her curtains. And Officer Brennan showed up 20 minutes later looking annoyed about being called out so early. He took photos half-heartedly, wrote down my statement in chicken scratch, and then asked me why I'd been posting pictures online if I didn't want attention. Actually said those words while I stood there in my work uniform with my vandalized car behind me. Keith gave me the rest of the day off and drove me to the police station himself. His jaw clenched the entire ride while I explained everything from the beginning. At the station, we waited 3 hours to speak with a detective, sitting on hard plastic chairs while drunk drivers and petty thieves were processed faster than my stalking case. Detective Mills finally called us back, a woman about my mother's age with kind eyes who actually listened, took real notes, and promised to look into it immediately. She said she'd review the security footage from common grounds, interview the men if they showed up again, and patrol my apartment complex more frequently. For the first time in weeks, I felt like someone was taking this seriously, like maybe I could get my life back and these psychos would face consequences. Mills even gave me her direct number, told me to call if anything else happened, and said she'd personally handle my case from start to finish. The hope lasted exactly 4 days, until Detective Mills called me during my lunch break, with a voice completely different from our first meeting. She said the investigation had hit some complications, that the security footage was inconclusive, that without direct threats or physical assault, there wasn't much they could do legally. Her words came out stilted and rehearsed, like someone was standing next to her desk coaching her through the conversation. When I pressed her about what changed, why she was suddenly backing off when she'd been so supportive before, she went quiet for a long moment before saying that I should be careful about making accusations against people in town, that sometimes these situations resolve themselves if we don't escalate them. After she hung up, Keith overheard me crying in the break room and finally told me what everyone else already seemed to know. One of the guys in the red CBQ caps was Jordan Hutchison, Sheriff Hutchison's youngest son, the one who'd gotten away with 2 DUIs and a bar fight because Daddy ran the whole department. After finding out about Jordan, something shifted in me from fear to pure rage. These weren't just random creeps from the internet anymore. This was the sheriff's son and his buddies treating me like their personal entertainment, knowing full well that Daddy's badge would protect them from any consequences. I started documenting everything obsessively, taking photos of every threatening tip, recording license plates, saving security footage on my own phone since I knew the official investigation was dead. Keith and Harold formed a kind of unofficial protection squad, taking turns sitting in the coffee shop during my shifts, and Ashley drove down from Dallas twice to stay with me. When the hang-up calls got so bad, I had to unplug my phone. The other baristas started walking me to my car in groups, and my neighbor started letting her German Shepherd out whenever she heard footsteps near my apartment. The whole thing felt like some sick game where everyone knew the rules except me, where Jordan and his crew could terrorize me while the entire police force looked the other way. The last straw came on a Saturday night after Thanksgiving when they crossed the final line. I woke up at 2 in the morning to Oliver hissing at my bedroom window, his fur standing straight up as he pawed at the glass. Through the thin curtains, I could see the silhouette of someone standing on my fire escape. Just standing there, not moving, not trying to break in, just watching. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but when I looked back, there were 2 more silhouettes, and one of them was holding up a sign that said "Last Chance" in bold red letters. The terror that went through me in that moment was unlike anything I'd ever felt, knowing these men knew exactly where I slept, had climbed up to my second-floor window, and felt bold enough to just stand there knowing I couldn't do anything about it. I called Keith instead of the police, and he showed up with Harold and 3 other regulars from the coffee shop, all of them armed with baseball bats and flashlights, chasing the shadows away while I packed everything I could fit in my car. By sunrise, I was driving out of Stillwater with Oliver crying in his Carrier, my entire life shoved into trash bags, leaving behind my job, my apartment, and any sense of safety I'd ever had. Keith wired me my last paycheck plus a bonus he insisted wasn't charity, and Harold slipped $500 in an envelope through my car window despite my protests, telling me to get far away and never tell anyone where I went. That was 8 months ago, and I'm writing this from a state I won't name, in a city I won't identify, working at a job that has nothing to do with coffee. I changed my name legally, dyed my hair black, and even looked into tattoo removal for the moon phases down my spine, though I haven't gone through with it yet because it feels like letting them win completely. Sometimes I Google Jordan Hutchison and see he's still in Stillwater, probably still wearing those red caps with his buddies, maybe terrorizing some other girl who made the mistake of thinking she could make extra money online without becoming prey. Keith emails me occasionally from a burner account to let me know they still come by common ground sometimes, asking about the girl who used to work there, but he tells them I moved to Canada or California or wherever seems furthest from the truth that day. The money I made from those few weeks on OnlyFans sits untouched in an account I'm afraid to access, blood money that cost me my home, my peace of mind, and my ability to trust that the world has any justice in it. I still wake up at 2 in the morning sometimes, expecting to see silhouettes at my window, and Oliver still hisses at shadows that probably aren't there. But at least I'm alive, which is more than I was sure I'd be that night on the fire escape. And maybe that's the best ending a story like this can have. Chicago in late spring always had this energy that made me feel like anything was possible. And at 24, my OnlyFans career was finally taking off after months of grinding to build my subscriber base. The notification came through Instagram on a Wednesday afternoon while I was editing content in my apartment near Wicker Park. A message from Valentina Rose, who had over 300,000 followers and was basically royalty in our community. She said she'd been following my work for months and loved my aesthetic, wanted to do a collaboration shoot that weekend to help us both reach new audiences, and had already booked an Airbnb in the suburbs specifically for creating content. The message had that blue verification checkmark. Her profile looked exactly right with all her recent posts, and when I checked her story, she'd even posted about doing collabs with Chicago creators that week, so everything seemed perfectly legitimate and professional. The Airbnb was about 40 minutes outside the city in some wealthy suburb I'd never heard of, one of those places where every house sits on at least an acre, and the nearest neighbor is barely visible through the trees. I remember pulling up to this massive modern house with floor-to-ceiling windows, thinking how perfect the natural light would be for shooting, and noticing that Valentina's car wasn't in the driveway yet, even though we'd agreed to meet at 2 in the afternoon. The front door was unlocked, just like she'd said it would be in her last message, and inside the place was stunning. Marble countertops, a huge sectional couch, professional ring lights already set up in what looked like the main shooting area, and this weird chemical smell that I figured was just from recent cleaning. I texted Valentina that I'd arrived and started unpacking my outfits in one of the bedrooms, arranging everything on the bed while waiting for her to show up, checking my phone every few minutes as that uncomfortable feeling started creeping into my chest. About 20 minutes later, I heard voices coming from downstairs and felt this wave of relief, thinking Valentina had finally arrived with maybe her photographer or assistant. But when I walked into the living room, there were two men I'd never seen before. One tall and lanky with a scraggly beard who introduced himself as Marcus, and another shorter, stockier guy with thick glasses who said his name was Phil. They both wore these matching black polo shirts with some production company logo I didn't recognize, and Marcus immediately started explaining how Valentina had sent them ahead to get everything ready, that she was running late from another shoot in the city, but would definitely be here within the hour. Phil was already adjusting the ring lights and checking angles with his phone, talking about how they'd been Valentina's production team for over a year, how they'd helped her grow from 50,000 to 300,000 followers with their marketing strategies and professional editing. And honestly, they seemed to know so much about her content and her shooting style that my initial wariness started to fade a bit. Marcus pulled out an iPad and started showing me this whole presentation about their production company, scrolling through behind-the-scenes photos from other shoots they claim to have done with big creators, talking about distribution deals and exclusive platform partnerships that could triple my income within 6 months. The weird thing was how much they knew about my content specifically. They referenced posts I'd made weeks ago, knew my upload schedule, even mentioned some of my regular subscribers by their usernames, which should have been a massive red flag, but somehow just made them seem more professional and prepared at the time. Phil kept adjusting equipment in the background, setting up additional cameras at different angles, and I noticed he'd locked the front door, which he said was for privacy and to make sure no delivery people or anyone else would interrupt the shoot. And that made sense, but also made my chest feel tight in a way I tried to ignore. Then Marcus brought out this thick contract, maybe 15 or 20 pages, saying it was standard procedure for all of Valentina's collaborations and that we needed to get the paperwork done before she arrived so we could start shooting immediately when she got here. The document was full of legal language about content rights, distribution terms, something about perpetual licensing and derivative works. And when I said I wanted to read through it carefully or maybe have someone look at it first, Phil laughed and said every minute we waited was costing them money in rental fees and equipment time. Marcus kept pushing the iPad toward me, pointing at signature lines with his pen, saying how Valentina would be offended if she showed up and found out I didn't trust her team, how this opportunity might not come again, and how they had 3 other creators lined up who would jump at this chance if I wasn't interested. The pressure was so intense and coordinated, with Phil standing behind me, while Marcus leaned in from the side, both of them talking over each other about deadlines and opportunities and how successful I was going to be after this collaboration. I told them I needed to use the bathroom just to get some space and think, and once I was in there with the door locked, I texted Valentina directly asking if these guys were really her team, but the message wouldn't deliver. It just sat there with that single gray check mark. My cellular signal was showing full bars, but nothing was going through, not even regular text messages to my roommate. And when I tried to check Valentina's Instagram again, her entire profile was suddenly showing as user not found, which made absolutely no sense since I'd been messaging with her just hours before. Through the bathroom door, I could hear Marcus and Phil talking in low voices, something about getting everything ready and the other equipment in the van. And that's when every instinct in my body started screaming that I needed to get out of that house immediately, contract or no contract, collaboration or no collaboration. When I came out of the bathroom, I kept my phone in my hand and tried to stay calm, while telling them I'd just gotten an emergency call from my roommate about a water leak in our apartment and needed to leave immediately. Marcus's whole demeanor shifted. His friendly salesman smile disappeared, and he stepped between me and the hallway that led to the bedroom where all my stuff was, saying we could just do a quick 15-minute shoot. Nothing elaborate, just enough to make the trip worthwhile for everyone. Phil had moved closer to the front door, still holding one of those professional cameras, and he started recording video right then without asking, pointing it directly at my face while saying something about needing test footage for lighting. The way they'd positioned themselves in the room felt deliberate and practiced, like they'd done this exact same thing before. And I realized that getting to my equipment bag with my car keys inside meant having to push past Marcus, who probably had 50 pounds and 6 inches on me. Instead of trying to get my things, I did something that probably saved me. I pretended to get a FaceTime call, holding my dead phone up to my face and having a whole fake conversation with my roommate about the flooding, loud enough for them to hear me describing exactly where I was, and mentioning that my location was being tracked. Marcus and Phil exchanged this quick look, and Phil actually stepped away from the door for just a second to whisper something to Marcus, which gave me the opening I needed to walk quickly toward the exit, still fake talking on my phone about how I'd be home in exactly 40 minutes and to make sure the landlord documented everything. My hand was on the door handle when Marcus called out that I was making a huge mistake, that Valentina would blacklist me from the entire creator community, but I didn't care. I yanked the door open and practically ran to my car, my keys thankfully still in my jacket pocket from when I'd arrived. The drive back to Chicago was a blur of adrenaline and paranoia, constantly checking my rearview mirror to make sure no one was following me, and it wasn't until I hit the city limits that my phone suddenly came back to life with a flood of notifications. There were 17 unread messages from my roommate Alexis wondering where I was, a bunch of Instagram notifications, and when I finally pulled over at a Walgreens parking lot to check everything properly, I discovered that the original message thread with Valentina Rose was completely gone from my Instagram inbox. Her verified account was back online, but when I clicked on it, her last post was from 3 days ago in Miami, nowhere near Chicago. And when I sent her a direct message asking about the collaboration, she replied within minutes saying she had no idea what I was talking about, had never messaged me, and had been dealing with someone hacking verified accounts to set up fake collaborations. The real Valentina was actually incredibly helpful, explaining that there'd been a string of these incidents lately targeting smaller creators, and she even offered to post a warning about it to her followers, which made me feel slightly less insane about the whole situation. 3 days later, while I was still processing everything and had just finished filing a police report that the officers barely took seriously, my best friend Alexis called me in hysterics, saying I needed to check my computer immediately. Someone had uploaded 7 videos to various adult sites using my face and exact body type, but the content itself was completely fabricated using some kind of AI or deepfake technology. The videos showed someone who looked exactly like me doing things I'd never done, in rooms I'd never been in, with people I'd never met. The attention to detail was terrifying. They'd even replicated a small birthmark on my shoulder, and the way I typically styled my hair, and the videos were tagged with my actual creator name and linked to fake social media profiles that used my real photos. The worst part was that some of my actual subscribers had already found these videos and were messaging me asking if I'd started doing more extreme content, and no matter how many reports I filed with the platforms, new videos kept appearing on different sites faster than they could be taken down. The investigation went nowhere for weeks until another creator from Milwaukee reached out, saying she'd gotten the exact same collaboration invite from a different verified account, and had also gone to a house where 2 men were waiting with contracts and cameras. She'd been smarter than me, though. She'd brought her boyfriend who waited in the car, and when things felt wrong, she had him come to the door pretending to be looking for directions, which spooked the men enough that she could leave safely. Together, we found 4 more women with identical stories, all OnlyFans creators with between 10 and 50,000 followers, all invited by hacked verified accounts, all pressured to sign contracts with that same perpetual licensing language, and 2 others besides me who'd had deepfake content uploaded after refusing to cooperate. We created a private group chat to share information, and realized the houses were always expensive Airbnb rentals paid for with stolen credit cards. The men used different names each time, but the descriptions matched. And every single one of us had noticed that strange chemical smell, which we later learned was probably some kind of signal jammer that had been blocking our phones from working properly inside the houses. Eventually, with the help of a cybersecurity expert one of the girls knew, we traced the deepfake videos back to a Telegram group with over 8,000 members where people were sharing custom content of various creators, taking requests for specific scenarios, and selling packages of these fake videos for cryptocurrency. The group had detailed guides on finding targets, hacking verified Instagram accounts, setting up fake collaboration meetings, and using the footage they managed to record, even just test shots or regular conversation, to train their deepfake programs to make more convincing videos. After months of working with the FBI's cybercrime division and dealing with endless platform reports and DMCA takedowns, they finally arrested 6 people running the operation across 3 states, though the damage to my reputation and mental health was already done, and I still get messages from people who've seen those fake videos floating around the darker corners of the internet, reminding me that once something exists online, it never really goes away no matter how hard you fight to erase it. Rent in Melbourne had reached a point where surviving on my part-time barista job felt like a cruel joke. I shared a small apartment on Lygon Street with my friend Claire, who worked nights at a bookstore. Between the two of us, we could barely afford groceries. When my student debt reminder came in the mail, I decided to try something that made me cringe at first, selling feet photos online. It sounded ridiculous, but I figured it was harmless. No face, no name, just a username and a few pictures taken on my phone. At first, it went surprisingly well. I posted a few shots, kept my page subtle, and soon had a handful of regulars. I never shared personal details, not even what city I was in. The anonymity felt like armor. It even became kind of funny, strangers tipping me $20 just for painted toenails. It was strange money, but it paid for groceries and bills. I never interacted much with anyone, except for one guy who called himself Gentle Steps. He was polite, always complimented my photos, never crossed boundaries, until he did. The flowers arrived on a quiet afternoon in early autumn. They were white lilies, my favorite, though I had never mentioned that anywhere online. The card had no name, only my username, written in clean, almost formal handwriting. I laughed it off at first, thinking Claire had done it as a joke. But when she came home, she swore she had nothing to do with it. That night, I kept staring at the card on the counter, wondering how anyone could have found my address. It didn't make sense. 2 days later, I received another delivery. This time, a small box with a keychain shaped like a foot. That one sent a chill down my spine. There was no note, no return address, just my apartment number written neatly in black marker. I stopped sleeping properly after that. Every sound from the hallway made my chest tighten. Claire thought I was being paranoid, but something about that keychain felt personal, like a warning rather than a gift. A week later, I came home from work to find the hallway light flickering. Claire was out, and the apartment felt heavier than usual, like the air itself was waiting for something. I noticed the lilies had started to rot, their petals brown at the edges, filling the room with a sweet, sour smell. I was picking them up to throw them away when I heard a soft scrape at the front door. It was slow, deliberate, like metal brushing metal. I froze for a second before whispering, "Hello?" No answer. Then the sound came again, closer to the lock this time. I grabbed my phone and called Claire, whispering into the receiver while staring at the handle. The noise stopped. I stayed by the door, not breathing, until I heard footsteps retreating down the hallway. When Claire got home 20 minutes later, we checked the peephole. The corridor was empty. I wanted to call the police, but she convinced me to wait. Maybe it was a neighbor, maybe someone drunk. I almost believed her until the next morning, when I opened the door to leave for work and saw the photos. Dozens of printed copies of my own OnlyFans pictures taped to the door. Some were cut unevenly, like they'd been printed from screenshots. And right in the center, one had a red marker circle around my ankle tattoo. The police came quickly after that. They dusted for fingerprints, asked the usual questions, and left with the photos in plastic bags. When they said there were no prints besides mine, I remember laughing because it felt absurd. Someone had been right there touching my door, and yet it was like they didn't exist. One of the officers suggested that maybe a delivery service had mixed up packages, or that it was a prank. But the look on the younger officer's face told me he didn't buy that either. For the next few days, I didn't leave the apartment alone. Claire started sleeping on the couch to keep me company. I logged into my OnlyFans, deleted most of the posts, and set everything to private. But then curiosity got the better of me. I remembered that website I'd used to send small gifts to my top subscribers. Little thank yous, like digital gift cards or postcards. It claimed to be anonymous, keeping personal info hidden from both sides. I opened the order history, my hands trembling slightly, and saw something that made my throat dry. One of my top fans, the same username, Gentle Steps, had sent dozens of gifts to other women, and all of them had the same billing address. His address. At first, I thought it was some kind of glitch, maybe a shared account, maybe a scam. But when I clicked the profile linked to his orders, my stomach turned. The same username had been active on other creators' pages, some of whom I actually recognized from group chats. I reached out to one of them, a girl named Tessa from Brisbane, and she told me she'd also received flowers. The exact same kind, white lilies, with her username on the card. She hadn't told anyone either. That was the moment I realized this wasn't random. Someone had been watching us all. I sent everything I had to the police, screenshots, the billing address, the list of usernames. They told me they'd forward it to cybercrime investigators, but I could tell from their tone that they didn't think it would lead anywhere. The address belonged to a man in his late 30s with no criminal record. Apparently, he'd been buying gifts for dozens of women under the pretense of fan support. Nothing illegal about that, at least not yet. They suggested I move apartments just to be safe. I packed that same night. Claire helped me load everything into her car while I tried not to look at the empty doorway where the photos had been taped. It took weeks before I started sleeping again. I deleted every social account tied to that username, changed my phone number, and stopped using any platform that handled personal deliveries. Sometimes I'd get emails from old subscribers asking where I'd gone, and I'd feel a wave of nausea. I wanted to tell them the truth, but part of me knew it wouldn't change anything. Whoever he was, he'd already mapped out our lives, piece by piece, like we were part of some quiet collection he was building. Last month I got a call from Tessa. She'd moved too, and for a while everything had been quiet. Then, one evening, she came home to find a single white lily on her doorstep. No card this time, just the flower, left leaning against the door. She sounded calm when she told me, but I could hear it in her breathing. The same fear I'd lived with for months. I told her to call the police again, but we both knew how it would end. I still check my own door every night before bed. Not because I expect to see another flower, but because I'm scared of the day I stop expecting it. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. October in Colorado gets dark earlier than people expect, and by 4:30 that Thursday afternoon, shadows were already stretching across our kitchen floor when I got home from school. I was 15, a sophomore at Ridgeview High, and had just started getting rides home with my friend Jenna's older brother since soccer practice had moved to mornings. My dad worked as an engineer at a tech firm downtown, usually getting home around 6:30, and my mom managed a dental office 40 minutes away, which meant she rarely made it back before 7. We lived in one of those newer developments off Highway 6, where every house had the same basic floor plan, but different colored siding. Ours was pale gray with white trim. The neighborhood was quiet on weekdays, mostly families with young kids who were still at daycare, or older folks who kept to themselves. That afternoon felt completely ordinary. I'd grabbed the mail from the box, dumped my backpack by the stairs, and was heating up leftover pizza in the microwave when I heard the back door creak open. The guy my parents had hired for odd jobs around the house was named Brett, and he'd been coming by for about 6 months whenever something needed fixing. He was maybe 38 or 40, hard to tell exactly, with premature gray streaking through his brown hair and rough hands that always had grease or paint under the fingernails. He wore the same faded blue coveralls every time I saw him, with his name stitched in red thread on the front pocket, though the letters were coming loose at the edges. My mom found him through a neighborhood Facebook group when our fence started falling apart after a bad storm. He charged half what the professional contractors wanted and didn't mind being paid in cash. Brett had fixed the fence, retiled the downstairs bathroom, cleaned the gutters, and just last Saturday had finished installing heavy-duty shelving units in our garage. My dad had paid him that same day. I remembered because Brett had counted the bills twice at our kitchen table while I was doing homework, licking his thumb between each 20. "Mom!" I called out, even though her car wasn't in the driveway, and she never came home this early anyway. The microwave beeped behind me, but I didn't move to get the pizza. Our back door opened directly into a small mudroom that connected to the kitchen, and from where I stood by the counter I could see straight through to whoever was coming in. Brett appeared in the doorway, still wearing those same coveralls, but something about him seemed different. Maybe it was the way he didn't knock first or call out to announce himself like he usually did. He just stood there for a moment, his bulk filling the frame before stepping inside and closing the door behind him. The automatic porch light hadn't turned on yet, so his face was partially shadowed, but I could see he was carrying his old red toolbox, the one with the broken latch that he had to hold closed with his hand. "Hey there, kiddo," he said, using that nickname I'd always hated but never corrected him about. His voice sounded thicker than usual, like he'd been sleeping or maybe drinking, though it was hard to tell. "Didn't mean to startle you. Left my good drill in the garage on Saturday, the DeWalt one. Your folks said I could swing by and grab it whenever." That might have been true, except my parents were meticulous about communication, and they always texted me if someone was stopping by when I'd be home alone. I pulled out my phone to check, but there were no messages from either of them. Brett was already walking through the kitchen toward the door that led to the garage, his work boots leaving faint dirt prints on my mom's clean floor. The way he moved seemed too casual, too comfortable, like he belonged here. I followed him to the garage door, keeping my phone in my hand. "I can get it for you," I offered, trying to sound normal even though my mouth had gone dry. "Just tell me where you left it." Brett turned the doorknob but didn't open the door yet. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and I noticed a smell coming off him. Not alcohol exactly, but something sharp and chemical, like paint thinner or gasoline. His toolbox made a metallic rattling sound as he adjusted his grip on it. "Nah, I got it. Might be a few other things I left too. Been doing so many jobs lately, hard to keep track of all my tools." He opened the door and flicked on the garage light, but instead of going straight to the shelves he'd installed, he stopped and scanned the space slowly, like he was memorizing it. My dad's mountain bike hung on the wall. My mom's gardening supplies were organized in clear bins, and there were boxes of Christmas decorations stacked in the corner. The garage felt colder than usual, and I realized the side door that led to the backyard was slightly ajar, moving just enough in the breeze to make a soft scraping sound against the frame. Brett must have come in that way, which meant he'd walked around the entire house instead of coming to the front door like a normal person would. "Actually," he said, setting his toolbox down on my dad's workbench with a heavy thud, "might take me a minute to find everything. Had a bunch of drill bits too, specialty ones. Why don't you go back inside where it's warm?" He wasn't even pretending to look for a drill anymore. Instead, he was opening drawers in the workbench, pulling things out and setting them aside like he was taking inventory. My dad kept cash in one of those drawers, in an old Altoids tin. Emergency money, he called it, usually about $200. I watched Brett's hands getting closer to that particular drawer, and that's when I decided to lie. "My dad's on his way home early today," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "He texted me like 10 minutes ago. Had to leave work for a dentist appointment, so he'll be here any minute." Brett's hands stopped moving. He looked up at me, and for the first time since he'd arrived, he made real eye contact. His eyes were bloodshot with dark circles underneath, and there was a small cut on his left cheek that looked fresh, maybe a day or two old. "That right?" he asked, his tone flat and unreadable. He abandoned the drawer he'd been about to open and picked up his toolbox again, but he didn't move toward the door. Funny, I drove by his office on my way here, saw his truck in the parking lot. My pulse hammered in my ears. How did he know where my dad worked? Had he been watching us, learning our routines? "He's using my mom's car today," I said quickly. "His truck needed an oil change." Brett made a humming sound, that same tuneless humming he always did while working, except now it sounded menacing in the cold garage. He walked past me back into the house, and I had no choice but to follow. But instead of heading toward the back door where he'd entered, he turned left into our living room. "Just remembered," he said, running his free hand along the back of our couch. "I might have left some screws on the mantel when I was checking that loose panel above your fireplace last month." There had never been any loose panel. He'd never worked in our living room. I stayed in the doorway between the kitchen and living room, calculating distances. The front door was too far. He'd catch me before I could unlock it. The back door was closer, but he was between me and it now. My phone was still in my hand, but calling 911 would take too long. And what would I even say? That our handyman was looking for his tools. He picked up a family photo from the mantel, the one from our vacation to Yellowstone last summer, and studied it carefully. "Nice picture," he said. "Your mom looks young here. She's still wearing her hair like that?" The question made bile rise in my throat. The sound of footsteps upstairs made us both freeze. Heavy footsteps, deliberate and slow, moving from one room to another directly above us. Brett's eyes flicked to the ceiling, then back to me. "Thought you said you were alone," he said quietly, setting the photo down with exaggerated care. My mind raced. I knew nobody was upstairs. I'd been home for 20 minutes and would have heard someone. But the footsteps continued, and then we heard a door slam hard enough to rattle the pictures on the wall. Brett's whole demeanor changed. His shoulders tensed and he gripped his toolbox tighter, the knuckles on his hand going white. "Who's up there?" he demanded, taking a step toward me. I backed into the kitchen, my hip hitting the counter. "I don't know," I said truthfully, and my confusion must have been genuine enough because he seemed to believe me. Another door slammed upstairs, then another, like someone was going room to room, and suddenly I understood. My neighbor, Mrs. Zhao, had a key to our house for emergencies. She was 73, sharp as a tack, and had probably seen Brett's unfamiliar vehicle in our driveway. "I should go," Brett said abruptly, but he didn't move toward either exit. Instead, he stood perfectly still, listening to the footsteps that were now heading toward the stairs. The person up there was making as much noise as possible, and I heard what sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor. Brett's breathing had gotten heavier, and sweat was beading on his forehead despite the cool October air. "Tell your parents I'll come back another time for my drill," he said, already backing toward the mudroom. "When they're home." The footsteps started down the stairs, slow, heavy, deliberate. Each step creaked loudly, which was strange because our stairs never creaked. Brett didn't wait to see who it was. He turned and walked quickly through the kitchen, his toolbox banging against his leg. I heard the back door open and close and then the sound of feet running across our backyard. I stayed pressed against the kitchen counter, afraid to move, as the footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. Mrs. Zhao appeared in the doorway, holding my old aluminum baseball bat from middle school in one hand and her phone in the other. Her usually neat silver hair was disheveled and she was breathing hard from rushing over. "I saw him creeping around the side of your house," she said, her voice shaky but determined. "Called the police already. They're on their way." She'd been watching from her kitchen window while making her afternoon tea. Saw Brett trying the side gate first, then walking around to the back. What really alarmed her was that she'd seen him sitting in his van at the end of our street for almost an hour before he approached the house, just watching. She'd found the spare key my mom had given her and came in through the front door while I was in the garage with Brett, then made all that noise on purpose. I figured if he thought someone else was here, someone bigger and scarier than you or me, he might leave, she explained, still gripping the bat. We waited together in the kitchen until the police arrived, and I called my parents while Mrs. Zhao gave her statement to the officers. They found Brett's van abandoned 2 streets over with the engine still running. Inside, the police discovered he'd been recently evicted from his apartment, had been living in the van for weeks, and had a notebook with information about several families he'd worked for, their schedules, when kids were home alone, where they kept spare keys, even details about valuable items in their homes. Our address had multiple pages of notes, including the fact that I was usually alone from 3:45 to 6:30 on weekdays. The DeWalt drill he claimed to have left was sitting right there in his van, along with several other tools that he'd probably stolen from other clients. He was arrested 3 days later trying to break into another house 2 towns over, one where he'd installed a ceiling fan the previous month. The family's teenage son was homesick from school, but Brett hadn't known about the change in routine. We never found out what he'd planned to do that Thursday afternoon at our house, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. My parents installed a security system the next week, changed all the locks, and we never hired anyone from Facebook groups again. Mrs. Zhao still watches our house when I'm home alone, and I keep her number on speed dial. Sometimes I still hear phantom footsteps upstairs when I'm by myself, but now I know it's just the old house settling, not someone coming to help me. Living alone in a duplex in suburban Milwaukee wasn't supposed to be permanent. I'd moved there in August 2018 after my divorce, just needing something cheap and quiet while I figured out my next move. The place was nothing special. Beige walls, outdated kitchen, one of those sliding glass doors to a tiny backyard that I never used. I was working nights at a warehouse back then, which meant I slept during the day and spent most evenings just killing time before my shift. The neighborhood was boring in the best way possible. Families with kids, retired couples who kept their lawns perfect, everyone minded their own business. That Tuesday in early September started like any other day off. I'd woken up around 3 p.m., made some coffee, and realized I needed to grab a few things from the 7-Eleven about 4 blocks away. The convenience store run should have taken 10 minutes, tops. I parked in the nearly empty lot and was walking toward the entrance when these 2 guys came out. The first one was tall and skinny, maybe early 30s, wearing a faded Packers jersey that hung loose on his frame. His buddy was shorter, stockier, had this weird bleached patch in his otherwise dark hair, like he'd started dyeing it and given up halfway through. They were carrying cases of beer and heading to a beat-up Chevy Tahoe. As I passed them, the tall one bumped into me, hard enough that I stumbled. When I turned around, he was grinning at me with these yellowed teeth and said something like, "Watch where you're going, princess." His friend laughed, this high-pitched giggle that didn't match his build at all. I just kept walking, but I could feel them staring at me. Inside the store, I could see them through the window, still standing by their truck, passing a cigarette back and forth and looking in my direction. I grabbed what I needed, milk, bread, some frozen dinners, trying to shake off the weird encounter. The cashier, this kid named Brandon who I'd seen there 100 times, must have noticed something was up because he asked if everything was all right. I told him it was nothing, just some drunk idiots in the parking lot. But when I went to leave, their Tahoe was still there, engine running now, parked right next to my Ford Ranger. The tall guy was in the driver's seat, window down, that same stupid grin on his face. As I loaded my stuff into my truck, he leaned out and said, "Nice truck, princess. Bet you got a nice place too." The way he said it made my skin prickle. His friend was recording me with his phone, holding it up obviously, wanting me to see. I didn't respond, just got in my truck and backed out carefully, watching them in my rearview mirror the whole time. They followed me for about 2 blocks before turning off onto a side street. I took a longer route home just to be safe, circling through the neighborhood twice before pulling into my driveway. The rest of the afternoon was normal. I made dinner, did some laundry, called my brother in Phoenix to talk about nothing important. By the time it got dark around 7:30, I'd almost forgotten about those guys. I settled into my recliner to watch the Brewers game, had a couple beers, was actually starting to relax. My living room faces the front of the house with these thick blinds I usually kept closed at night. The TV was the only light on, casting those flickering shadows you get during night games. Around 10:45, bottom of the 8th inning, I heard a car door slam somewhere close. Not unusual. My neighbor Paul worked odd hours too. But then I heard footsteps on my driveway. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the gravel, like someone trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. I muted the TV and sat perfectly still, listening. The footsteps stopped right outside my front window. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. Through a tiny gap in the blinds, I could see 2 figures on my driveway. The streetlight at the end of my driveway lit them up just enough. It was them, the tall one and his buddy with the bleached patch. They were both wearing dark gloves now, the rubber kind you'd wear to wash dishes. The tall one was looking at my front door while the shorter one was scanning the windows. I slid out of my recliner as quietly as I could, staying low, and grabbed my phone from the coffee table. My first instinct was to call 911, but I hesitated. What if they heard me talking? What if they ran before the cops arrived and came back another night when I wasn't expecting them? As I crouched there behind my couch, I heard the doorknob rattle. They were trying the lock. The sound of metal scratching against metal came next. They were picking the lock or trying to jimmy it somehow. I crawled on my hands and knees to the hallway, staying out of sight from the windows. My bedroom was at the back of the house, and I kept my grandfather's old Remington 870 in the closet. I'd never pointed it at anyone before, never even thought I'd have to. As I grabbed it and checked that it was loaded, I heard them talking outside, their voices muffled but clear enough. The short one was saying something about checking the back door. That's when real panic set in. The sliding glass door in my kitchen had a flimsy lock that barely worked. If they went around back, they'd be inside in seconds. I positioned myself at the corner of the hallway, where I could see both the front door and the kitchen. The gun felt heavy and cold in my sweaty hands. Through the kitchen, I could see a flashlight beam sweeping across my backyard. I heard the sliding door handle jiggle, then that distinctive sound of someone trying to force it up and over the track. My mouth went completely dry. I pumped the shotgun once. That unmistakable cha-chunk sound echoed through the quiet house. Everything stopped. The flashlight beam froze, pointing at my kitchen floor through the glass. For maybe 10 seconds, nobody moved. Then I heard rapid footsteps running along the side of my house back toward the front. I rushed to the living room window and peeked out just in time to see them sprinting to their Tahoe. The tall one looked back at my house once before jumping in. They peeled out so fast they left rubber marks on the street that were still there weeks later. I stood there for probably 5 minutes, gun still raised, waiting to make sure they were really gone. My whole body was shaking with adrenaline. When I finally felt safe enough to move, I called 911 and turned on every light in the house. The cops showed up about 15 minutes later. 2 officers who looked barely older than the cashier at 7-Eleven. They found pry marks on my front door and footprints all around my property. The back door showed clear signs someone had tried to force it. One officer, Officer Nowak, took pictures while his partner asked me questions. I told them about the encounter at the store, described the men, even mentioned the filming. Nowak said they'd check if the 7-Eleven had security footage. They stayed for about an hour, told me to consider getting better locks, maybe a security system. After they left, I dragged my recliner into my bedroom and sat there until sunrise with the shotgun across my lap. I called in sick to work. There was no way I was leaving the house that night. Around 6 a.m., I finally dozed off for a couple hours. When I woke up, I immediately went online and ordered new deadbolts, a security camera system, and motion sensor lights. The next few days were rough. I'd jump at every little sound, check the locks constantly, look out the windows every few minutes. I installed the new deadbolts myself, Spent a whole Saturday setting up the cameras and lights. Paul from next door saw me up on a ladder and came over to help. When I told him what happened, he mentioned he'd seen a Tahoe driving slowly past our houses a few times that week before the attempted break-in. Said he didn't think much of it at the time. Figured someone was lost. That detail made me sick to my stomach. They'd been planning this, watching my routine, knowing when I'd be home alone. I started parking my truck in different spots, varying when I left for work, being hyper-aware of any vehicle that seemed to be following me. The paranoia was exhausting. I'd check the camera feeds obsessively on my phone during work breaks, sometimes calling in favors with coworkers to drive by my house during their lunch breaks, just to make sure everything looked normal. About 2 weeks later, Officer Nowak called with an update. They'd arrested both men after they tried to break into another house 3 neighborhoods over. The homeowner there had a German Shepherd that went absolutely ballistic when they tried the back door, woke up the whole family. The husband held them at gunpoint until police arrived. Turns out they had a whole operation going. They'd stake out houses, figure out when people were alone, then break in looking for electronics, cash, prescription drugs. The tall one was named Robert Henley, had a record going back years for burglary and assault. His partner was Vincent Russo, mostly petty theft before this. They found videos on Russo's phone of at least 12 different houses, including mine. The prosecutor said I'd probably have to testify if it went to trial, but both ended up taking plea deals. Henley got 3 years, Russo got 18 months. Even with them locked up, it took months before I could sleep properly again. I'd still wake up at every creak, every car door, every dog bark in the neighborhood. I ended up getting a dog myself, a rescue pit bull mix named Brutus who barks at everything and sleeps at the foot of my bed. Funny thing is, he's actually a total softie, scared of the vacuum cleaner and loves belly rubs, but he makes me feel safer. I stayed in that duplex for another year before finding a better place, a second-floor apartment with only one entrance and a doorman. Some people think I overreacted, that I should have just called the cops right away that night instead of grabbing the gun. Maybe they're right. But when you're alone in your house and you hear someone trying to break in, someone you know has been watching you planning this, your brain doesn't exactly work through all the rational options. You just react. That sound of the shotgun pumping probably saved me from whatever they had planned, and I don't regret it for a second. I still see that Tahoe sometimes in my dreams, still hear those footsteps on gravel when I'm half asleep. The security system at my new place is probably overkill. Cameras, smart locks, motion sensors, the works. But it helps me sleep. I ran into Brandon from the 7-Eleven last month at a Bucks game. He remembered that day, said those 2 guys had been hanging around the store for hours before I showed up, already drunk and looking for trouble. He felt bad he didn't warn me somehow. I told him it wasn't his fault. Nobody could have predicted they'd follow me home and try to break in. But here's the thing that still gets me. If I hadn't gone to the store that specific afternoon, if I'd gone an hour earlier or later, none of this would have happened. They picked me randomly, just wrong place, wrong time. That's what keeps me up sometimes. How quick your whole sense of safety can disappear just because you needed milk and bread on a Tuesday afternoon. Most people don't know what real fear feels like until they're 16 and alone, in a house that suddenly feels too big, too quiet, too exposed. It was a Saturday afternoon in early June 2016, one of those lazy summer days where the heat makes everything move in slow motion. My parents had driven up to Boston for their college reunion weekend, leaving me in charge of our 2-story colonial in a quiet Connecticut suburb. I was sprawled on the living room couch, halfway through a Netflix binge and a family-size bag of Doritos, feeling pretty good about having the whole place to myself. The air conditioning hummed steadily, drowning out most of the neighborhood sounds, and I remember thinking how perfect everything was. No annoying little brother, no parents asking about homework, just me and 6 more episodes of whatever show I was obsessed with that summer. Around 4:30, I heard knocking at the front door. Not the doorbell, which was weird because everyone who came to our house used the doorbell. The knocking had this specific rhythm to it. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 more taps, like someone trying to be polite but persistent. Then I heard it. "Hey kiddo, it's Uncle Steve. Can you let me in?" I locked myself out of my car and my phone's dead. The voice was muffled through the heavy oak door, but it sounded exactly like him. That slight Boston accent he never quite lost. The way he stretched out the word kiddo like he always did. Uncle Steve lived about 20 minutes away and dropped by all the time, usually unannounced. Always bringing those butterscotch candies I pretended not to like anymore but secretly still loved. My first instinct was to jump up and unlock the door, but something made me hesitate. Mom had mentioned something that morning about Uncle Steve being in Vermont for the week, visiting his girlfriend's family at their cabin. I walked slowly to the front door, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor, and peered through the peephole. The fisheye lens distorted everything, but I could see a figure standing there wearing a baseball cap pulled low and what looked like Uncle Steve's favorite Navy windbreaker, the one with the faded Red Sox logo on the chest. The thing is, the porch light wasn't on, and the late afternoon sun was hitting at just the wrong angle, casting shadows across his face. "Come on, sweetheart," the voice continued, and I felt my chest tighten. Uncle Steve never called me sweetheart. It was always kiddo or squirt when he was being extra annoying, but never sweetheart. "I know you're in there. I saw your car in the driveway." That made me pause even more because I didn't have a car. I'd just gotten my permit 3 weeks ago and wasn't allowed to drive alone yet. The figure shifted, and for just a second, I caught a glimpse of his hand reaching up to adjust the cap, and his fingers looked wrong somehow. Too thick, too long, with these yellowish nails that Uncle Steve definitely didn't have. "Listen, I really need to use the bathroom," the voice said, and now it sounded strained, like he was trying too hard to sound casual. "Remember last Thanksgiving when you spilled cranberry sauce all over Grandma Dorothy's tablecloth, and I helped you clean it up before your mom noticed? I didn't tell anyone about that. Come on, just open up for a minute." My whole body went rigid. We did have a cranberry sauce incident last Thanksgiving, but it wasn't Grandma Dorothy's tablecloth. She'd been dead for 3 years. It was Aunt Marie's tablecloth, and Uncle Steve hadn't been there to help because he'd been outside smoking with my dad. Whoever was standing on our porch knew enough about our family to get close, but not enough to get it right. I backed away from the door, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears, and grabbed my phone from the coffee table. The knocking came again, harder this time, more insistent. "I can hear you moving around in there. Don't be rude to your uncle." My fingers fumbled with the phone as I tried to call my mom, but the call went straight to voicemail. She'd warned me the reunion venue had terrible reception. Dad's phone did the same thing. I thought about calling 911, but what would I even say? There's someone at my door pretending to be my uncle. The knocking turned into pounding now, making the decorative wreath on the door shake. "All right, I didn't want to worry you, but I think I'm having a medical issue here," the voice said, and suddenly it sounded weaker, breathless. My chest, "It's those pills I forgot to take. You remember I have that heart condition, right? The one we found out about after I collapsed at your birthday party?" Another lie. Uncle Steve did have a heart condition, but he found out about it during a routine physical, not at any birthday party. This person had pieces of truth mixed with complete fabrications, like they'd been studying our family from a distance, collecting fragments of our lives. I texted my mom. "Someone at door saying they're Uncle Steve, but it's not him." "What do I do?" The typing bubbles appeared and disappeared several times, but no message came through. The pounding stopped abruptly, and the silence that followed was somehow worse. I crept to the living room window and carefully pulled back the curtain just enough to see the porch. The figure was walking around the side of the house now, heading toward the backyard. Our back door was glass. Those French doors my mom loved because they let in so much light, but they had this flimsy lock that my dad kept saying he'd reinforce but never did. I ran to the kitchen, my socks sliding on the tile, and saw him standing there on the deck, his face pressed against the glass. In the clearer light, I could see him properly for the first time. He had Uncle Steve's general build, that same stocky frame, But his face was all wrong. The features were similar but stretched somehow, like someone had tried to reconstruct Uncle Steve from memory. His eyes were the worst part. They were the right color, that greenish hazel, but they were flat and unblinking, studying me like I was an insect under glass. He smiled when he saw me looking, and his teeth were perfectly white. Too perfect, like dentures or veneers. Nothing like Uncle Steve's coffee-stained, slightly crooked smile. "There you are," he said, his voice still maintaining that Uncle Steve impression, but slipping at the edges like an actor forgetting his accent. His breath fogged up the glass as he spoke, and I noticed he was wearing latex gloves, thin medical ones that made his already strange hands look even more unnatural. "Why don't you just let me in? I promise I won't stay long. I just need to pick up something I left here last week. That watch your dad borrowed, remember?" My dad had never borrowed Uncle Steve's watch. My dad didn't even wear watches. He always said they made his wrist itch. The man's hand moved to the door handle, jiggling it gently at first, then with more force. The lock held, but the whole frame shook, and I knew it wouldn't take much more to break it. I grabbed the biggest knife from the wooden block on the counter, the one Mom used for carving turkey, and held it with both hands, trying to stop them from trembling. "That's not very nice," he said, noticing the knife. His voice dropped the Uncle Steve impression entirely now, becoming something lower, rougher. "I just want to come in and talk." I heard something then that made every muscle in my body lock up, the sound of breaking glass from upstairs. Not loud, not a window smashing, but the careful, deliberate sound of someone cutting through glass, like when my dad had to replace a broken pane in the bathroom window last summer. The man at the back door must have seen my eyes dart upward because he laughed, this soft, pleased chuckle that sounded nothing like Uncle Steve. "That would be my friend," he said conversationally, like we were discussing the weather. "See, I knew you'd be difficult. Kids always are. Your parents really should have taught you better manners." I could hear footsteps above me now, slow and deliberate, moving from what sounded like my parents' bedroom toward the stairs. The man at the door had stopped trying to force it. He just stood there, watching me with those empty eyes, waiting. That's when I realized he wasn't trying to break in anymore. He was keeping me there, making sure I didn't run while his partner came down to get me. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, and I had maybe seconds to decide what to do. The knife felt useless in my hands. What was I going to do? Fight off two grown men? I thought about the panic button on our alarm system, the one my parents had installed after a string of break-ins in the neighborhood last year. It was on the wall near the garage door, just 15 feet away, but it might as well have been a mile. The man at the back door tapped on the glass with one gloved finger, a steady rhythm like a countdown. "You should probably put that knife down before someone gets hurt," he said, and his voice had this horrible fake concern in it. "Wouldn't want you to have an accident." The footsteps were coming down the stairs now, heavy and unhurried. I could see a shadow moving in the hallway, getting larger. That's when something inside me just snapped into focus. I wasn't going to stand there and wait for whatever they had planned. I spun around and sprinted for the garage door, slamming my palm on the panic button so hard it hurt. The alarm exploded through the house, this piercing shriek that made my ears ring. The man at the back door started pounding on the glass with both fists, his face contorted with rage, no longer bothering with any pretense. I heard the glass crack, spiderwebbing from the impact. The footsteps on the stairs turned into running, and I saw him clearly as he rounded the corner into the kitchen. A tall, thin man in dark clothes with a ski mask pulled up just enough that I could see his mouth, which was moving like he was cursing, but I couldn't hear anything over the alarm. I yanked open the garage door and ran, still clutching the knife, my socks slipping on the smooth concrete. Our neighbor, Mrs. Nowak, was already on her front lawn with her phone out, probably calling 911. She was this tough Polish lady in her 70s who didn't take nonsense from anyone, and when she saw me running out of the garage barefoot and carrying a knife, she didn't ask questions. She just grabbed my arm and pulled me behind her, shouting something I couldn't understand over the alarm. I turned back to see both men standing in my garage just watching us. They didn't chase me. They just stood there for maybe 3 seconds, looking at Mrs. Nowak and her phone, then turned and walked calmly back through my house. The police arrived within 4 minutes. Turned out 3 different neighbors had called 911 when the alarm went off. They found the house empty, but the back door glass was cracked, and there was a perfect circular hole cut in my parents' bathroom window, the edges smooth like it had been done with professional tools. Nothing was taken, which somehow made it worse. The detective who interviewed me, a woman named Ferretti with kind eyes and gray streaks in her black hair, told me I'd done everything right. She said the men had probably been watching our house, knew my parents' car was gone, knew about Uncle Steve being away, maybe from social media, maybe from just observing. They'd gathered enough information to make their story believable, counting on a teenager being too polite or confused to question someone claiming to be family. What really got to me was when she said they'd probably done this before, successfully, to other kids who hadn't noticed the little mistakes, who'd opened the door thinking they were helping a relative. The part that still keeps me up at night, even now, 6 years later, is what they found in our garbage can by the curb. There was a manila folder with printouts, Facebook photos of our family, including recent ones from my mom's page showing Uncle Steve at Easter dinner, notes about our schedules written in neat handwriting, and a list of family members with details about their relationships to us. But the worst thing was a photo of me walking home from school, taken with a long lens from across the street, dated 2 weeks before that Saturday. They'd been planning it for a while, studying us, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The police never caught them. The fingerprints on the folder didn't match anyone in the system, and the partial license plate Mrs. Nowak remembered led nowhere. My parents installed a whole new security system, cameras everywhere, reinforced doors, the works. But I never felt safe there again. We moved to Virginia the next year, and I still check every lock twice before bed. Still pause when someone knocks instead of using the doorbell. And I absolutely never ever open the door without seeing exactly who's there, no matter how familiar their voice sounds. The wallpaper in my apartment was peeling off in long strips, yellowed from decades of cigarette smoke from previous tenants. And every morning I'd wake up to find another piece had fallen during the night. It was February 2022, and I'd been living in that rundown building on the outskirts of Detroit for about 3 months, working nights at a warehouse while trying to save enough money to move somewhere decent. The place was a dump, but at $400 a month it was all I could afford after my divorce left me starting over at 34. Most nights I'd come home around 2 a.m., heat up whatever leftovers I had in the microwave that only worked if you held the door shut with your hand, and pass out on my second-hand couch, while some true crime podcast played in the background. The building had 12 units, and mine was on the 3rd floor, right next to apartment 3B, where the Carmichaels lived. At least that's what their mail said when it accidentally got delivered to my box. The Carmichaels moved in about a month after I did, and from day one, I knew they were going to be trouble. The husband, a stocky guy with a neck tattoo of a scorpion that seemed to pulse when he got angry, worked construction and came home most days covered in drywall dust and rage. His wife, a thin woman with bleached hair that had turned a weird orange color at the roots, worked at a gas station and always wore these oversized sunglasses, even at night, even in the hallway. Their fight started small, raised voices that I could hear through the paper-thin walls while I tried to sleep before my shift. But within 2 weeks, it escalated to screaming matches that shook the light fixture in my bedroom, the sound of furniture being thrown, glass breaking, her crying and begging him to stop. I'd lie there with my pillow over my head, counting down the minutes until I had to leave for work, telling myself it wasn't my business, that getting involved would only make my life harder. Everything changed on a Monday night in early March when I heard something different through the wall. Not just yelling or crying, but this wet, meaty sound, like someone tenderizing steak with a hammer, followed by complete silence. The silence was worse than the screaming because at least when she was crying, I knew she was still conscious. I sat up in bed, still in my work uniform because I'd just gotten home 20 minutes earlier, and pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing. Then footsteps, heavy ones pacing back and forth. I could hear him muttering something, but couldn't make out the words. About 10 minutes later, I heard their door open and close, then his boots stomping down the hallway toward the stairs. Through my peephole, I watched him leave, carrying a rolled-up rug over his shoulder, the end of it dark with what looked like a stain. My mouth went dry as I realized she hadn't made a sound since that horrible thudding noise. I paced my apartment for an hour, going back and forth between my kitchen and living room, which were basically the same room separated by a counter with missing cabinet doors. Part of me wanted to knock on their door, check if she was okay, but I kept remembering the way he'd looked at me the one time we'd crossed paths in the hallway. His eyes were these pale gray things, like dirty ice, and they'd tracked me like a predator sizing up prey. Finally, around 4 a.m., I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone, went into my bathroom, the farthest room from their apartment, turned on the shower to mask my voice, and called 911. I told them I'd heard what sounded like domestic violence, that it had gone quiet suddenly, that I was worried someone might be seriously hurt. The dispatcher said they'd send someone to check it out, took my name and apartment number, told me to stay in my unit and wait for the officers to contact me if they needed a statement. The cops showed up about 30 minutes later, and through my peephole I watched 2 officers knock on the Carmichael's door. She answered, alive, thank God, wearing a turtleneck in March and keeping her face turned away from the hallway light. Even from my limited view, I could see her hands trembling as she held the door open just a crack. The officers talked to her for maybe 5 minutes, their voices low and professional, but she kept shaking her head, saying everything was fine, that her husband was at work, that she'd just dropped some dishes and that must have been what I heard. They asked if they could come in and look around, but she said no, that she had to get ready for her shift, and since they didn't have a warrant and she wasn't inviting them in, they left. One of them knocked on my door afterward, and I gave a statement about what I'd heard, but without her cooperation, they said there wasn't much they could do. The officer, a young guy with a mustache that looked like he'd drawn it on with a pencil, handed me his card and told me to call again if I heard anything else concerning. I tried to go to sleep after that, but I kept thinking about the way she'd stood in that doorway, angled so we couldn't see the left side of her face, the way her voice had sounded hollow when she'd insisted everything was fine. Around noon, I woke up to the sound of their door slamming so hard that one of my picture frames fell off the wall and shattered on the floor. Through the wall, I could hear him screaming, calling her a stupid bitch, asking her if she thought she was clever, if she thought he wouldn't find out. Then I heard my name. He was yelling my full name, which he must have gotten from the cops or maybe from our mailboxes downstairs, saying I needed to mind my own fucking business if I knew what was good for me. The walls in that place were so thin that I could hear him punching something. The wall, maybe, or a door, and with each impact, I could feel the vibration through my floor. This went on for 20 minutes before everything went quiet again. But it was that dangerous kind of quiet, like the air before a tornado. I had to leave for work at 5 p.m., and I'll be honest, I was terrified to step out of my apartment. I stood at my door for 5 minutes with my hand on the deadbolt, listening for any sound from the hallway. When I finally got the courage to leave, I practically ran to the stairwell, taking the steps 3 at a time. But nothing happened. Their door stayed closed, the hallway stayed empty, and I made it to my car, a beat-up Ford Focus with a driver's side door that you had to lift while closing, without incident. All through my shift that night, I kept checking my phone, half expecting to see a text from my landlord saying my apartment had been broken into or burned down. But there was nothing. When I got home at 2:30 a.m., the building was dead quiet. I could see light coming from under the Carmichael's door, and I could hear a TV playing, but that was it. I went into my apartment, locked the deadbolt, put a chair against the door for good measure, and tried to convince myself that maybe he just needed to blow off steam, that it was over now. That's when I heard the pounding on my door. Not knocking, pounding, like someone hitting it with the side of their fist. 3 heavy blows that made the chair I'd propped against it jump. I stood there in my living room, still in my work clothes, not moving, not breathing, hoping whoever it was would think I wasn't home. The pounding came again, harder this time, and I heard the wood around my deadbolt crack slightly. Then silence. I crept toward the door, trying not to make the floorboards creak, and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but the light bulb that usually illuminated the area right outside my door had been unscrewed just enough to leave my doorway in shadow. I stood there with my eye pressed to the peephole for probably 10 minutes, waiting for movement, for any sign of who had been there. That's when I noticed it. A white envelope on the floor that had been slid under my door while I was looking through the peephole. I didn't want to pick it up. Every instinct told me to leave it there, to pretend I hadn't seen it, maybe even to call the cops again. But curiosity won out, the way it always does when you know you shouldn't do something. I bent down, grabbed the envelope by its corner like it might explode, and brought it into the kitchen where the light was better. My name was written on the front in block letters with a black Sharpie, the kind of deliberately anonymous writing that made my chest tight with dread. Inside was a single brass key, looked like a house key, well worn with scratches along the teeth, and a folded piece of notebook paper. The paper had those frayed edges where someone had ripped it out in a hurry. When I unfolded it, there were just 11 words written in the same block letters. "We can come in any time. Next time you won't hear us." My legs actually gave out and I had to sit down on my kitchen floor, right there next to the garbage can that smelled like old Chinese takeout. The key was identical to my apartment key. Not similar, identical. Same brand, same wear pattern on the head where years of use had rubbed away the brass plating. I compared them side by side under the kitchen light, and they were perfect matches, down to a tiny nick on the third tooth that I'd noticed when I first moved in. Someone had made a copy of my key. The only people who should have had access to it were me and my landlord, Mr. Garrison, a 70-year-old man who lived in Florida and only communicated through his property management company. But then I remembered, about 2 weeks earlier, I'd lost my keys at work. They'd fallen out of my jacket pocket somewhere in the warehouse, and I'd spent my entire lunch break looking for them. Eventually found them by the loading dock, figured they'd slipped out when I was moving boxes. Except now I wondered if they'd really been lost, or if someone had taken them, made a copy, and returned them where I'd find them. The thought made me want to vomit. I called in sick to work the next day, something I'd never done before, and spent the morning at Home Depot buying new locks, a door security bar, and one of those doorstop alarms that screams if someone tries to force entry. The guy at the store, a kid with gauged ears and a name tag that said Nathan, helped me pick out a deadbolt that he said would be practically impossible to pick without power tools. I wanted to tell him that picking the lock wasn't my concern anymore, that they had a key, but I just nodded and threw it in my cart along with a motion sensor light for inside my apartment. When I got back to the building around 1 p.m., the Carmichael's door was open, and I could see straight through to their living room. She was sitting on a brown couch with stuffing coming out of the arms, sorting through what looked like mail, while he stood by the window smoking a cigarette even though it was against the lease. We made eye contact for maybe 2 seconds, him, not her, and he gave me this slow nod, like we were acknowledging something between us. His mouth moved like he was about to say something, but then he just took another drag and turned back to the window. I hurried into my apartment and spent the next 3 hours replacing the locks, my drill so loud I'm sure the whole floor could hear it. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, the security bar wedged under the doorknob, the doorstop alarm activated, and a baseball bat across my lap. A Louisville Slugger I'd bought years ago for a company softball team I never actually joined. Around 3 a.m. I heard footsteps in the hallway, that distinctive heavy boot sound I'd learned to recognize. They stopped right outside my door, no knocking, no pounding, just standing there. I could see the shadow of feet in the gap under the door, perfectly still. This went on for maybe 5 minutes, though it felt like hours, before the footsteps moved away. The next morning I packed everything I could fit in my car, left the furniture because it was all garbage anyway, and drove to my sister's place in Ohio. Didn't even tell the landlord I was leaving, just abandoned the place and figured losing my security deposit was worth it. Before I left, I slid the key they'd given me under their door with my own note that just said keep it. Never went back, never found out what happened to them, and honestly, I don't want to know. Sometimes at night, even now, 2 years later, living in a decent apartment with proper locks and normal neighbors, I still wake up thinking I hear those boots in the hallway. Living alone for the first time hits different when you're 20, and convinced nothing bad can happen to you. I just moved into this cramped studio apartment near campus in early May 2023, one of those old brick buildings from the 50s with radiators that clanged all night, and windows painted shut from decades of careless landlords. The place wasn't much, just 400 square feet with a kitchenette that barely fit a microwave and a bathroom where you could touch both walls at once, but it was mine. That Saturday afternoon, I was sitting cross-legged on my second-hand futon, laptop balanced on my knees trying to finish a paper on Victorian literature that was due Monday morning. The building was eerily quiet, which wasn't unusual for weekends when most students went home or partied elsewhere. I actually preferred it that way. The silence helped me focus, and I'd made myself a huge mug of that vanilla chai tea my roommate from freshman year had gotten me hooked on. The knock came around 3:30, 3 solid raps that made me jump and nearly spilled tea all over my keyboard. I wasn't expecting anyone. My friend Claudia was at her parents' place in Pennsylvania for the weekend, and the guy I'd been seeing, Thomas, was working his shift at the campus bookstore until 6. Through the peephole, I saw a man I didn't recognize, probably mid-40s, wearing a navy jumpsuit with what looked like a name patch sewn on the chest. He had this weird posture, standing too close to the door with his shoulder almost pressed against it, like he was trying to hear if anyone was inside. His hair was this unnatural shade of reddish brown, the kind you get from a box dye job gone wrong, slicked back with too much gel that made it look wet even though it was a sunny day. When he knocked again, harder this time, I could see his knuckles were covered in these dark, irregular scabs, like he'd been punching something rough repeatedly. "Maintenance," he called out, his voice muffled but oddly high-pitched for such a stocky guy. "Got a report about a leak coming from your unit. Need to check your kitchen pipes right away." Here's the thing. I'd been living there for 3 weeks already, and the actual maintenance guy, Jorge, was this sweet older gentleman who always wore a gray uniform with the building's logo embroidered on the pocket. Jorge had fixed my toilet the first week I moved in, and he'd specifically told me that maintenance never shows up without calling first, or leaving a notice under the door at least 24 hours in advance. Plus, he'd mentioned he was the only maintenance person for our building, and the 2 adjacent ones, and that he never worked weekends unless it was an absolute emergency, like a burst pipe flooding multiple units. This guy at my door? His jumpsuit had no logo, just that name patch I couldn't quite read through the peephole's fisheye distortion. I called out, keeping the chain lock secured. "I haven't reported any leak, and I haven't gotten any notice about maintenance today." The man shifted his weight, and I heard him breathing heavily, almost panting, like he'd run up the 3 flights of stairs to my floor. "Ma'am, the leak's affecting the apartment below you," he insisted, and now his voice had this strange urgency that made the hair on my arms stand up. "The tenant in 2B called it in an hour ago. Water's dripping through their ceiling tiles. Could cause major damage if we don't fix it now." The thing is, I knew for a fact that 2B had been empty for at least a month. I'd seen the previous tenant, an elderly woman with 3 cats, move out in April, and the super had mentioned they were renovating it before listing it again. The man started rattling the doorknob, not violently but persistently, like he was testing how sturdy the lock was. Then he did something that made every instinct in my body scream danger. He dropped to his knees, and through the gap under my door, about 1.5 inches because the building had settled unevenly over the years. I could see his face pressing against the floor, trying to look inside. His eye appeared in that gap, bloodshot and wide, darting back and forth like he was mapping out my apartment. I stepped back reflexively, my bare feet silent on the worn hardwood, and grabbed my phone from the futon. "I'm calling the building manager right now to verify," I announced loudly, hoping he'd give up and leave. Instead, I heard him stand up quickly, his knees popping, and then came this low, guttural laugh that didn't match the high-pitched voice he'd been using before. "No need for that, ma'am, just trying to help," he said, but he didn't move away from the door. I could hear him breathing, these wet, ragged breaths, and then the sound of metal scraping against metal. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat as I dialed 911, but I kept my voice steady and loud enough for him to hear. "Hi, yes, I need police at 4427 Elmwood Avenue. There's a man impersonating maintenance trying to break into my apartment." The scraping stopped immediately. Through the peephole, I watched him step back from the door, his face flushed and sweaty, those scabbed hands clenched into fists. He stared directly at the peephole like he knew I was watching, and his mouth stretched into this unnaturally wide grin that showed too many teeth, some of them brown and rotting at the gums. The 911 operator was asking me questions, but I couldn't look away from that grin. The man reached into his jumpsuit pocket, and for a terrifying second I thought he was going to pull out a weapon. Instead, he produced a folded piece of paper and held it up to the peephole. Written in shaky block letters with what looked like black marker were the words, "I know you're alone." Then he tucked the paper back in his pocket, gave a mock salute with 2 fingers, and walked away down the hallway. But he didn't head toward the stairs or the elevator. I heard him stop at what sounded like the apartment 2 doors down, 3F, where a grad student named Lily lived by herself. The same 3 knocks echoed through the hallway, the same high-pitched voice. "Maintenance, got a report about a leak." My whole body went cold as I heard Lily's door chain rattle, heard her young voice say, "Oh, sure, just give me a second to put something on." I screamed through my door, "Lily, don't open it! He's not maintenance! I've called the police!" There was a pause. Then I heard Lily's door slam shut and the deadbolt turn. The man in the hallway let out this frustrated growl, definitely in his real voice now. Deep and gravelly, nothing like the maintenance worker act he'd been putting on. He pounded on Lily's door 3 times with what sounded like the side of his fist, making the whole hallway echo. Then I heard his heavy footsteps moving back toward my apartment. He stopped right outside my door again, and I could hear him muttering something under his breath, these incomprehensible words that sounded like he was having an argument with himself. The 911 operator was telling me units were on the way, maybe 5 minutes out, but 5 minutes feels like 5 hours when there's just a piece of wood between you and someone who clearly isn't right in the head. Then I heard another sound that made my knees weak, keys jingling. Not just a few keys, but what sounded like dozens of them, metal clinking against metal as he sorted through them. The scraping started again at my lock, and this time I recognized the sound. He was trying different keys, one after another, methodically working through what must have been a massive ring of them. I grabbed the biggest knife I had from my kitchen drawer, this old butcher knife my mom had given me when I moved out, and positioned myself behind the door. The operator kept telling me to stay calm, that officers were 3 minutes away now, but I could hear the lock mechanism clicking and turning as he found keys that partially fit. Through the peephole, I could see him crouched down, his face level with the doorknob, tongue poking out between his lips in concentration like a kid working on a difficult puzzle. His free hand was pressed flat against my door, and I noticed his fingernails were way too long, curved and yellowed, with dirt or something darker caked underneath them. Suddenly, Lily's voice rang out from her apartment. "I've got my gun and I know how to use it. The cops are coming." That was pure bluff. Lily was a sociology PhD student from California who did yoga every morning and wouldn't hurt a fly, but the man didn't know that. He stood up abruptly, shoving the keys back in his pocket, and for a moment just stood there, swaying slightly like he was drunk or dizzy. Then he did something I'll never forget. He leaned close to my door and whispered, but loud enough for me to hear clearly, "I've been watching you for weeks, through your window when you change. I know you put your lamp on the left side of your bed. I know you sing in the shower every morning at 7:15. That birthmark on your shoulder blade, shaped like a butterfly." My legs nearly gave out because everything he said was true. My apartment faced the back alley, 3rd floor, and I'd never thought anyone could see in. But there was a taller building across the way, mostly offices that I assumed were empty on weekends and evenings. The birthmark thing hit me the hardest. You couldn't see that unless I was wearing a tank top or less, which meant he'd been watching me in my most private moments. The operator was saying something, but I couldn't focus. Blood rushing in my ears so loud it drowned everything out. The man continued, his voice dropping even lower. Your boyfriend doesn't stay over on weeknights. Your friend with the curly hair hasn't visited in 9 days. The package you got yesterday is still sitting by your door unopened. Amazon, right? The blue tape gave it away. Before I could process any of this, the stairwell door slammed open, and I heard police radios crackling, heavy boots running down the hallway. The man outside my door didn't run immediately, though. He stood perfectly still for maybe 3 seconds, then bent down one more time to the gap under my door. This time, he slid something underneath. A Polaroid photograph. Then he sprinted toward the opposite end of the hallway, where the other stairwell was, his footsteps echoing like gunshots. I heard the officers shouting, heard them pursuing him, their radios going crazy with updates and coordinates. I didn't move to pick up the photo right away, just stood there gripping the knife, waiting until an officer knocked and identified himself, showing his badge through the peephole. When I finally opened the door, my legs were shaking so bad, I had to lean against the wall. The officer, a young guy who looked like he could have been in one of my classes, asked if I was hurt, but I just pointed at the Polaroid on the floor. We both looked down at it, and I felt bile rise in my throat. The photo showed me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my apartment. The angle was from the foot of my bed, like someone had been standing right there in my room while I slept. The timestamp on the bottom corner was from 2 nights ago, when Thomas had been at his night shift, and I'd gone to bed early with a headache. In the photo, my blanket was pulled down to my waist, and someone had drawn little red hearts around my face with what looked like lipstick or marker. The officer immediately called for backup to search my apartment, and within minutes, they found how he'd been getting in. The maintenance closet in the hallway had an access panel that connected to the ventilation system, and one of the grates in my bedroom ceiling had been carefully unscrewed and replaced multiple times, judging by the scratches on the screws. They found more Polaroids in that maintenance closet, dozens of them, not just of me, but of Lily, of the girl who lived in 3C, even some of Mrs. Chen from the first floor. Pictures of us doing normal things, cooking, watching TV, studying, sleeping. All taken from inside our apartments. The closet also had a makeshift bed, empty food containers, and a notebook filled with our schedules, habits, and personal details written in that same shaky handwriting from the note he'd shown me. They caught him 3 blocks away, trying to jimmy open a window to another apartment building. Turned out his name was Gordon Briggs, a former maintenance worker who'd been fired from a building management company 8 months earlier for inappropriate behavior toward female tenants. He'd kept copies of master keys from dozens of buildings he'd worked in over the years, and had been living in maintenance rooms and vacant apartments across the city, watching women through vents and gaps in the infrastructure that nobody ever thinks about. The police found his main stash in an abandoned unit in a building 6 blocks from mine. Hundreds more photos, pieces of mail he'd stolen, even some clothing items. I had to identify a sweater I thought I'd lost at the laundromat. The detective told me Gordon had been escalating, that the fake maintenance visits were new behavior, more aggressive than his previous stalking. I moved out that same week, stayed with Thomas until I found a new place with better security and no maintenance closets near the units. Lily moved too, and so did the girl from 3C. The building management company paid for our moving expenses and tried to keep it quiet, but word got out anyway. Last I heard, the building was half empty and up for sale. I still check my ceiling vents in every new place I live, still feel my chest tighten when someone knocks on my door unexpectedly, and I never, ever open the door for maintenance without calling the building manager first to verify. Last winter was when everything started getting weird at my duplex in Albany. I was 23, fresh out of college, working nights at a warehouse just to make rent on this cramped place I'd found through Craigslist. The building was old, probably from the 1940s, with those thin walls where you could hear everything. Footsteps, conversations, even someone brushing their teeth next door. My neighbor, Walter, was this quiet guy in his 50s who worked some kind of office job downtown. We'd exchange maybe 3 words a month in the shared laundry room downstairs, usually just him asking if the dryer was free, while adjusting his thick-rimmed glasses that always seemed to have fingerprint smudges on them. The first time I noticed my door unlocked, I figured I'd just been exhausted from my shift and forgotten to turn the deadbolt properly. You know how your brain plays tricks when you're running on 4 hours of sleep and gas station coffee. But then it happened again 3 days later. Came home around 7 in the morning after a particularly brutal night unloading trucks, and the door pushed open without me even using my key. Nothing was missing, nothing moved, just that sick feeling in my gut that someone had been in my space. Started taking pictures of how I left things. The angle of my coffee mug on the counter, the way my shoes lined up by the door, even the position of my TV remote on the couch arm. For about 2 weeks, nothing else happened. I'd almost convinced myself I was being paranoid. Maybe the lock was just worn out. Maybe the door frame had warped from the cold. Then came that Thursday night. I'd called in sick to work because I'd been throwing up all day, probably from some sketchy Chinese takeout I'd grabbed the night before. Around 9:30, I was lying on my couch watching some mindless reality show when I heard it. The distinct sound of my refrigerator door opening. Not the hum of it running, but that specific suction sound when the seal breaks. I muted the TV immediately, and there it was again. The clink of glass bottles shifting in the door shelf. Walter was in my kitchen. I could see his silhouette from where I was lying, illuminated by the fridge light. He was wearing what looked like pajama pants and a faded blue t-shirt with some kind of company logo on it. The strangest part was how casual he seemed, like he belonged there, carefully moving things around to reach something in the back. I sat up slowly, and he must have sensed the movement because he turned around, still holding my jar of strawberry jam. "Oh, hey there," he said, his voice steady and pleasant, like we'd bumped into each other at the grocery store. "Didn't think you'd be home tonight. Found your spare key in the laundry room last week. Figured we're neighbors, shouldn't be a big deal if I grabbed some sugar for my coffee." The thing is, I'd never had a spare key. Never made one, never hid one anywhere. My landlord had one copy, and that was it. But Walter was standing there holding my jam, waiting for an answer with this expression that wasn't quite a smile, but wasn't neutral either. Like his face was stuck between 2 emotions. I told him there was no spare key, that he needed to leave right now. He set the jam down on my counter really gently and pulled out a brass key from his pocket. "This one," he said, holding it up to the light. "Found it magnetized under the washing machine. Has your apartment number scratched right into it, see?" He stepped closer to show me, and I could smell his breath. Coffee and something medicinal, like cough syrup. I backed up toward my phone on the coffee table. Told him again to get out or I'd call the cops. Walter didn't move though. He just stood there in my kitchen doorway, tapping that key against his palm in this slow rhythm. "You work nights at the distribution center on Route 41, right? Must be exhausting. All alone here during the day, nobody checking on you." His voice stayed conversational, but the words made my skin prickle. "I've been meaning to return this key, honestly. Just kept forgetting. But since I'm here, mind if I get that sugar? I already started making my coffee next door and it's getting cold." The way he said it, like we were having a normal conversation about borrowing ingredients, while standing in my apartment at night, it was like talking to someone whose reality operated on different rules. I grabbed my phone and started dialing 911, but Walter just sighed like I was being unreasonable. "There's no need for that," he said, finally moving toward my front door. "I'll get my sugar another time, but you should really be more careful about where you leave your keys. Found this one so easily. Imagine if someone dangerous had picked it up instead." He opened my door using that brass key from the outside lock, proving it actually worked. Before leaving, he paused and looked back at me. "You should try sleeping during normal hours sometime. All that night work, irregular schedule, it's not healthy. I can hear you moving around at odd times through the walls, pacing, talking to yourself. The walls are thin, remember? Then he left, closing the door quietly behind him. I called my landlord immediately, even though it was late. He sounded annoyed but confirmed he'd only ever made one spare key, which he still had in his office safe. When I insisted someone had copied my key, he said it was impossible. The locks were some special brand that required authorization from the manufacturer to duplicate. I changed the lock myself that night, went to the 24-hour hardware store and bought the most expensive deadbolt they had. Installed it right there at 2 in the morning, with YouTube tutorials playing on my phone. The old lock looked normal when I removed it. No scratches or signs of tampering. But I threw it in the dumpster outside anyway, along with that brass key Walter had left on my kitchen counter. 3 days passed without incident. I'd started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed and installed one of those doorstop alarms from Amazon. Then Monday came. I got home from my shift around 6:40 in the morning, exhausted from loading boxes all night. The new lock was still engaged. The doorstop alarm hadn't been triggered. Everything seemed fine. I made myself some instant oatmeal and crashed hard, not even bothering to shower. Woke up around 3 in the afternoon to the sound of my shower running. Not dripping, fully running like someone was in there. I grabbed the bat and crept toward the bathroom. The door was slightly open, steam seeping out into the hallway. Through the gap, I could see a figure behind my shower curtain, just standing there under the water, not moving at all. I kicked the door open and yanked the curtain back. It was Walter, fully clothed in khakis and a button-down shirt, just standing under the hot water with his eyes closed. When he opened them, he didn't even look surprised. "The water pressure is better in your unit," he said matter-of-factly, water streaming down his face. "Mine barely gets warm anymore. Landlord won't fix it." He stepped out of the shower, his clothes making wet squelching sounds against the tile. "How did you get in here?" I demanded, still gripping the bat. He reached into his soaked pocket and pulled out another key, this one silver and newer looking. "You really should check your ceiling tiles," he said. "The one above your bathroom, it's loose. Connects right to my bathroom through the crawl space. Been meaning to tell the landlord about that too." That's when I lost it. Started yelling at him to get out, waving the bat around. Walter just walked past me, dripping water all over my floor, and sat down on my couch like nothing was wrong. The wet fabric made this horrible squishing sound as he settled in. "You need to calm down," he said, wringing out his shirt sleeve onto my carpet. "We're neighbors. Neighbors help each other. I water your plant when you're at work, that spider plant by the window. You never water it enough. I make sure your mail doesn't pile up. I even killed those mice in your walls last month. You didn't even know you had mice, did you?" He was right. I hadn't known about any mice. But now I was thinking about all those times I'd come home to find things slightly different. My plant looking healthier, mail stacked differently, that faint smell of men's cologne I'd attributed to imagination. I told him I was calling the police right now, no more warnings. Finally, something shifted in his expression. He stood up from my soaked couch and walked to the door, leaving wet footprints across my floor. "Fine," he said, his voice different now, colder, flatter. "But when your pipes freeze this winter, when your power goes out during storms, when you need someone to check if you're still breathing after not coming home for days, don't expect help. I know you don't have family here. I know you don't have friends. I was just trying to look out for you." He left through the front door this time, using yet another key I didn't know existed. I called the police, filed a report, but they said without proof of forced entry or stolen items, it was a civil matter. The landlord finally agreed to change the locks after I threatened to break my lease, but Walter had already moved out by then, disappeared overnight, leaving his apartment completely empty. I moved out 2 weeks later, stayed with a co-worker until I found a new place across town, a studio apartment on the 3rd floor with security cameras in the hallways and a doorman who worked nights. Never found out how Walter made those keys or why he'd chosen me to fixate on. The landlord swore he'd never given Walter access to anything, and the key manufacturer said their records showed no duplicates were ever ordered. Sometimes I wonder if he's doing the same thing to someone else now, standing in their shower, sitting on their couch, living these parallel, invasive moments in strangers' homes. I triple-check my locks every night, installed cameras inside my apartment, and I never, ever talk to my neighbors anymore. The other day I found a spider plant at my door with no note. I threw it straight in the garbage and spent the next 3 hours checking every corner of my apartment, every ceiling tile, every possible space where someone could hide a key. I'd been living in that small rental house for about 8 months, just me and my 6-year-old son, Caleb. It sat at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac in a suburb where nothing much happened. At least that's what I told myself when I signed the lease. My routine was predictable. Work, pick up Caleb from after-school care, dinner, homework, then bedtime around 8. That night, everything felt calm. The air was still. The street was quiet. And from my kitchen window I could see the faint glow of other houses settling into their own nightly routines. I had just finished reading Caleb his usual 2 bedtime stories when I heard the click from the backyard motion light. That sharp electrical pop the fixture makes when it flicks on was distinct enough that I paused mid-sentence. I brushed it off at first, probably a raccoon nosing around the trash bin, I thought, and went back to tucking the blanket around him. But the yard was fenced, and the bin was latched. Still, I didn't want him picking up on my hesitation, so I gave him a goodnight kiss and stepped quietly into the hallway. From the living room, I peeked through the blinds just enough to see the backyard. The bright cone of light illuminated the patchy grass and the worn wooden fence, casting sharp shadows from the lawn chairs I'd never gotten around to using. Nothing moved. The air was perfectly still. No wind to sway the tree branches, no flutter of leaves. I waited, holding my breath without realizing it, until the light clicked off again. Probably a bug, I told myself, though the thought didn't quite stick. I went back to the kitchen to clean up, but before I'd finished rinsing the plates, the motion light clicked on again. This time I moved faster, padding to the window with the blinds barely parted. The yard looked exactly the same as before. Still, silent, empty. It was just strange enough that a thin unease started creeping up the back of my neck. I told myself I'd ignore it unless it happened again. But less than 5 minutes later, the click came a third time, and when I looked out, someone was standing just beyond the reach of the light, unmoving, facing directly toward my house. The figure stood just past the bright edge like it knew exactly where the sensor stopped seeing. The fence boards came up to his shoulders, 5.5 feet to the top rail, so he was taller than me, maybe 6 foot or close. A hood covered most of the head, and what I could make out of the face was a flat darkness where features should have caught the light. No shifting weight, no fidgeting, not even the small movements people do without noticing. I killed the kitchen light to lose the glare on the glass and pressed my forehead to the cool pane, counting the seconds until the motion light timed out like it always did after a minute. The light blinked off. Darkness pressed in, thick and complete for 2 heartbeats. Then the click came again and the yard exploded white. Lawn chairs, hose reel, the crooked bird feeder my kid painted. You could read the brush strokes in that paint. The figure hadn't moved an inch. My back found the wall without me planning it, and I slid along the cabinets checking locks in muscle memory. Deadbolt on the back door, stick in the slider track, window latches down. A text went to my neighbor across the cul-de-sac. Aaron, are you awake? Someone's in my yard. 3 little dots bubbled, then disappeared. No reply. Caleb's voice floated down the hall, small and sleepy. He wanted water. Every instinct screamed at me to keep him in bed, but ignoring him would only make him come looking. I grabbed his cup, filled it at the sink without taking my eyes off the blinds, and met him at his bedroom door. "Buddy, stay in bed, I'm handling a grown-up thing," I whispered, keeping my voice steady. As I tucked the blanket again, a soft scrape, grit grinding under a shoe, carried from the side yard where the gravel path runs to the gate. The light cycled off, then on again. and when I returned to the window, the figure stood a single step closer to the house. Talking to the glass felt ridiculous, but silence felt worse. "You need to leave," I said, keeping my voice low and controlled. No response. The key fob for my car sat in the dish by the door. I hit the panic button. The horn erupted, headlights flashed. The whole quiet street echoed. The figure backed into the darkness, not hurried, just deliberate, and vanished beyond the sensor's reach. That was my line. I dialed 911 and gave the dispatcher, her name was Kara, my address, the layout of my yard, and a running description of what I'd seen. While we spoke, the side gate latch rattled once, a clean metal click like someone testing how much give it had. Kara told me to stay on the line, keep the doors locked, and move away from the windows. I herded Caleb into my bedroom and locked the door, pulling him onto the bed with me while I kept the phone pressed to my ear. The hum of the line and Kara's calm voice were the only things keeping my thoughts from spiraling. Every few seconds I'd catch a faint crunch outside. Gravel, grass, maybe the wooden deck boards flexing under weight. Kara said officers were on the way, maybe 5 minutes out. 5 minutes felt like an hour. I kept scanning the shadows beyond the curtains, half expecting that hooded shape to be inches from the glass when I looked. Then came the sound of the motion light again, that sharp, mechanical click. My bedroom window faced the opposite side of the yard, the part the light barely touched, but in the faint spillover glow I could make out the pale vertical lines of the fence. And there, between two slats, a dark shape filled the gap. Someone's face was pressed close enough that I could see the outline of a cheekbone, the curve of a jaw, not moving, just there. I whispered to Kara what I was seeing, and she told me not to engage, that the officers were seconds away now. The next thing I heard was the distant warble of a siren winding into the neighborhood. The figure at the fence disappeared, as if pulled backward by invisible hands. A few seconds later, the motion light went dark for the last time. The cruiser pulled up out front, its headlights sweeping across my living room. 2 officers checked the yard with flashlights, found the gate latch loose but unbroken, and confirmed there were no fresh footprints, at least none they could make out in the patchy grass and hard soil. They took my statement, gave me a case number, and promised extra patrols that week. After they left, I spent the rest of the night in Caleb's room, his small breathing steady against the pillow while I sat by the window watching the backyard. The light never came on again. I replaced it with a camera the next day, one with night vision and a motion alert to my phone. In the months since, it's never once triggered for a person. Still, every time I hear that electric click in the quiet of the night, even if it's just for a wandering cat, I remember that hooded figure standing right where the light stopped, and how they seemed to know exactly how far they could go without being truly seen. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The morning I found our prize stallion dead in his stall was when I finally understood we weren't dealing with ordinary neighbors anymore. I'm writing this from my sister's apartment in Chicago, 3 states away from the farm my wife Grace and I poured everything into for 6 years. We moved to rural Montana in 2018, chasing that American dream of sustainable living and organic farming on 40 acres of beautiful grassland bordered by cottonwood trees. Grace had inherited some money from her grandmother, and I'd been saving since college, working construction and living cheap. We bought the property from an elderly couple, the Millers, who'd been there 40 years and couldn't manage the work anymore. They warned us about the Crawfords next door, said they were particular people, but we figured every rural area had its quirky locals. God, if only we'd listened closer to what they weren't saying directly. The Crawfords owned about 300 acres surrounding our property on 3 sides. Earl, his 2 adult sons Tommy and Wade, and Tommy's wife Suzanne. Earl must have been pushing 70, with these pale gray eyes that never seemed to blink when he stared at you, and arms like tree trunks despite his age. The sons were carbon copies of their father, just younger and meaner looking, especially Wade, who had this scar running from his left ear down to his jaw that pulled his mouth into a permanent sneer. The first time we met them, they came over unannounced while we were still unpacking, stood at our fence line just watching us for maybe 20 minutes before Earl finally called out. They wanted to buy our land, offered us exactly what we'd paid for it, said it used to be part of their family's original homestead back in the 1920s. When we politely declined, explaining we'd just arrived and planned to start our organic vegetable operation, Earl just nodded real slow, spit tobacco juice on our grass and said, "We'll see how that works out for you." At first, everything seemed fine. We started our vegetable gardens, bought some chickens and goats and that beautiful Arabian stallion I mentioned. His name was Mercury, and Grace loved that horse more than anything. The problems started small, almost like accidents. A gate left open here, letting our chickens wander into the road where 3 got hit by a truck. Our new rototiller disappeared from the barn one night, then showed up 2 weeks later in our pond, completely ruined. Grace's greenhouse had a brick thrown through it during a windstorm on a night with no wind. Each time something happened, we'd see the Crawfords the next day, and they'd ask how things were going with these little smirks on their faces. Earl would always mention how farming was tough work, how lots of city folks couldn't hack it, how that land had been in their family for generations before the Depression forced them to sell that section. Wade started driving his pickup along our shared fence line every morning at 5 a.m., laying on the horn for a good 30 seconds, claimed he was checking his cattle, though there weren't any cattle in that pasture. The escalation happened on a Saturday in early September. I was in town getting feed when Grace called me, barely able to speak through her tears. She'd gone to check on Mercury and found him thrashing in his stall, foam coming from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, showing pure white. By the time I got home, our vet Dr. Paulson was already there, but it was too late. Mercury was gone. The vet found traces of antifreeze in his water bucket. Someone had poisoned him deliberately. We called the sheriff's office immediately, and Deputy Coleman came out, took pictures, asked questions, wrote everything down carefully in his little notebook. Then he got this uncomfortable look on his face and explained that without direct evidence linking anyone to the crime, there wasn't much they could do. When I pointed out that the Crawfords were our only neighbors for miles, Coleman just shrugged and said Earl Crawford's cousin was the sheriff, had been for 12 years, and maybe we should consider installing security cameras if we were worried about our property. That night, we barely slept. Grace kept crying about Mercury, and I sat by the window with my grandfather's old shotgun across my lap, watching the darkness outside. Around 3 a.m., I saw headlights moving slowly along our driveway, stopping just before the motion sensor lights would trigger. The vehicle sat there for maybe 10 minutes, engine running before backing out and disappearing. The next morning, we found every single one of our vegetable rows had been sprayed with herbicide, 6 months of work destroyed overnight. The chemical smell was so strong it made your eyes water from 50 feet away. But the worst part was the message they'd spelled out in dead grass on our front lawn. Last chance. Each letter was probably 10 feet tall, burned into the earth with whatever poison they'd used. Grace wanted to leave right then, pack what we could fit in the truck and never look back. But I was angry, furious really, and made the stupid decision to confront them directly. I drove over to the Crawford place that afternoon, my shotgun visible in the truck's rear window, not to threaten, just to show I wasn't some pushover they could intimidate. Their property looked like something from a horror movie, honestly, with rusted equipment scattered everywhere, old cars on blocks, and these massive dogs on chains that went absolutely berserk when I pulled up. Earl came out first, then Tommy and Wade emerged from the barn, and Suzanne watched from the porch with this blank expression like she was watching television. I stayed in my truck, window down, and told Earl I knew what they'd done. that we had photos of everything, and if anything else happened, I'd make sure every newspaper and news station in the state heard about it. Earl walked up to my window real slow, leaned in close enough that I could smell the chewing tobacco and something else, something rotten on his breath. He said very quietly, "Boy, you don't know what you're playing with here. This land has been ours since before your grandfather was born." The Millers understood that. They stayed quiet, stayed small, and we let them play farmer for 40 years. But you come here with your organic this and sustainable that, putting up fancy signs, talking to folks in town about expanding, about buying the Jacobson plot that borders our south field. That ends now. Wade stepped closer to the truck then, carrying something in his hand I couldn't quite see at first. When he got close enough, I realized it was a cattle prod, the kind they use on livestock, and he was tapping it against his leg in this rhythmic pattern. Tommy circled around to the passenger side, and I noticed he had a pistol tucked into his waistband. Not hidden, just there for me to see. "Here's what's going to happen," Earl continued, his voice still that quiet, controlled tone that was somehow worse than yelling. "You're going to go home, pack up your pretty wife, and be gone by Sunday. We'll buy your place for half what you paid. Call it a convenience fee for all the trouble you've caused. Or you can stay and find out what happens to people who don't respect the natural order of things out here. The Jacobsons thought they were tough too, back in 2016. Haven't seen them around lately, have you?" The way he said it made my chest tighten. I'd heard the Jacobsons had left suddenly in the middle of the night, left everything behind, never even listed their property for sale. It had gone to bank auction eventually. I drove home with Wade's pickup following me the entire way, riding so close I could see his grinning face in my rearview mirror. When I told Grace about the conversation, she broke down completely. That night, we moved our mattress into the walk-in closet of our bedroom, no windows there, and took turns staying awake. Around midnight, our motion sensor lights started going off one by one, starting from the barn and moving toward the house in a pattern that couldn't be animals or wind. Then we heard the barn doors slam open, heard our goats screaming. Not their normal sounds, but these high-pitched shrieks of terror. I grabbed the shotgun and headed for the door, but Grace held me back, begging me not to go out there. We called 911, but the dispatcher said all units were responding to a major accident on Highway 287. Would be at least 2 hours before anyone could come. We sat there in that closet, listening to our animals in distress, to footsteps on our porch, to someone trying our doorknobs one by one. At one point, whoever it was started whistling Amazing Grace right outside our bedroom window, and Grace had to cover her mouth to keep from screaming. When dawn finally came, we ventured outside to find carnage. 3 of our goats had been killed, their bodies arranged in a line by the barn door. Our chicken coop was demolished, feathers and blood everywhere. Though strangely, most of the chickens were just gone, not dead, just missing. They'd spray-painted Sunday on the side of our barn in red paint that looked disturbingly like blood in the morning light. Our truck had 4 flat tires. Every window on the greenhouse was systematically broken, and they'd dumped what must have been 50 gallons of motor oil into our well. The final touch was a dead coyote hung from our front gate, with a note pinned to it that read, "You're next." We took photos of everything, called the sheriff's office again, and this time Sheriff Crawford himself showed up. Earl's cousin, looking like an older, fatter version of the family. He walked around, nodded at the damage, and then told us with a straight face that it looked like we'd had some bad luck with wild animals, maybe a pack of coyotes or wild dogs. When I showed him the spray paint, the note, he suggested maybe we did it ourselves for insurance money. Said he'd need to investigate us for fraud if we pursued this any further. We left that afternoon, packed what we could fit in Grace's sedan, the truck was useless, and drove away from everything we'd built. As we passed the Crawford farm, all 4 of them were standing at their fence line, watching. Earl gave us a little wave, real friendly-like, and Wade fired his rifle into the air just once. A farewell message we understood perfectly. We stayed with Grace's sister for a week, trying to figure out what to do, contacted lawyers who all said the same thing. Without evidence and with local law enforcement against us, we had no case. Then we got a call from a neighbor we'd barely known, Mrs. Garrett, who lived about 5 miles down the road. She whispered into the phone like she was afraid someone might hear. Told us the Crawfords were living in our house now, had moved their stuff in the day after we left. Said everyone in town knew what they did to folks who bought that property, had been doing it for decades, but nobody dared speak up because Earl's family had connections everywhere. The sheriff, the bank president, even the district judge was married to Earl's niece. The bank foreclosed on our property 2 months later. We couldn't make the mortgage payments without being able to work the land or sell our harvests, and mysteriously, all our insurance claims were denied or tied up in investigations. Grace found out through a friend that the Crawfords bought our 40 acres at auction for a quarter of what we'd paid. Cash payment, no questions asked. The auctioneer was Earl's brother-in-law. We tried reaching out to the FBI, to state police, to anyone who might listen. But rural property disputes weren't exactly high priority, and without concrete evidence linking the Crawfords to specific crimes, we were just another couple with a sob story about bad neighbors. The worst part was learning we weren't the first. Mrs. Garrett eventually sent us newspaper clippings going back to the 1990s. Little mentions of families who'd bought that same property and left suddenly, some saying they'd been harassed, others just disappearing without explanation. The Millers, the couple who'd sold to us, finally returned our calls after months of silence. They were living in Florida now, and Mr. Miller's voice shook when he told me they'd tried to warn us subtly, but Earl had made it clear what would happen to them if they said too much to potential buyers. We're still in Chicago now, living in a 2-bedroom apartment where the only green space is a small balcony where Grace grows herbs in pots. She doesn't talk about what happened much, but sometimes I catch her looking at photos of Mercury on her phone, and she'll close it quickly, pretending she was checking the weather. We both have regular jobs now. I'm back in construction, she's working at a dental office, and we tell people we used to live in Montana but don't elaborate. Sometimes I'll wake up at 3 a.m. thinking I hear that whistling outside our window, even though we're on the 8th floor. Last month I got a package with no return address. Inside was a photo of our old farm, the gardens all plowed under, cattle grazing where our vegetables used to grow, and the Crawfords standing in front of our house, their house now, all 4 of them smiling at the camera. On the back, someone had written, "Thanks for the improvements." I burned it in the sink, but Grace saw the ashes and knew. She applied for a job in Seattle the next day, and we're moving again next month. Sometimes the only way to win is to run far enough that they can't follow, and hope the next place doesn't have its own Crawfords waiting. People always ask me why I left Nebraska after 15 years of working the same farm. The truth is, after what happened that night in October 2022, I couldn't stand being alone in those fields anymore. I was 34, divorced, no kids, and I'd been managing the Brennan family's cattle operation since I got out of the Army. It was honest work, feeding the livestock, checking fences, making sure the water systems kept running through those brutal winters. The property sat on about 800 acres outside a town you've probably never heard of. Population barely pushing 2,000. Most nights, the only sounds were the cattle shifting in their pens, and maybe a coyote howling somewhere in the distance. I lived in a small house on the property. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom place with a kitchen that leaked when it rained hard, and a porch where I'd sit with my coffee every morning, watching the sun come up over the cornfields. The neighboring farm belonged to the Novak family, and their daughter Cassie had been spiraling for about 3 years by then. She was maybe 28, used to be pretty before the meth got its hooks in her, had this long auburn hair she'd cut off with kitchen scissors one night, leaving these jagged chunks that stuck out at weird angles. Her dad, Frank, was a quiet guy who raised soybeans and kept to himself after his wife died of cancer. Cassie would show up at my place maybe twice a month, always with some story about needing gas money or her phone being shut off. She'd pick at these sores on her arms while she talked, her eyes darting around like she was watching for something nobody else could see. I usually gave her $20 just to get her to leave because arguing with her was pointless. She'd just come back the next night, knocking louder, sometimes throwing gravel at my bedroom window until I came outside. That particular Sunday started normal enough. I'd spent the morning fixing a section of fence the bulls had knocked down, then drove into town for groceries around noon. The cashier at the Save-A-Lot, Beverly, mentioned she'd seen Cassie at the gas station earlier, arguing with the manager about something. Beverly had this way of lowering her voice when she gossiped, leaning across the register like we were sharing state secrets. She said Cassie looked worse than usual, wearing this oversized green jacket even though it was almost 70 degrees out, and she kept pacing in circles by the pump, talking to herself. I just nodded and loaded my groceries, figured it was none of my business. By the time I got back to the farm, the sun was already starting to dip low, painting everything this burnt orange color that made the fields look like they were on fire. I remember thinking it was too quiet. Usually Frank's dogs would be barking by then. These 2 German shepherds he kept that would lose their minds every time a car drove past. I was in the barn around 8 that night, treating a calf with an infected hoof, when I heard footsteps on the gravel outside. Not normal walking, more like someone stumbling, catching themselves, stumbling again. The barn door scraped open, and there was Cassie, but something was different this time. Her pupils were so dilated her eyes looked completely black, and she had this sheen of sweat across her forehead, even though the temperature had dropped to maybe 50 degrees. She was wearing that same green jacket Beverly mentioned, but now I could see these dark stains on the sleeves that looked almost brown in the barn's fluorescent lights. Her hands kept clenching and unclenching, and when she opened her mouth to speak, I noticed her bottom lip was split, blood dried in the corner. "I need your truck," she said, not asked, said like it was already decided. "And I need $300 right now." The way she emphasized those last 2 words made every instinct from my military days kick in. This wasn't her usual begging. This was desperation mixed with something else. Something that made me automatically take a step back toward the tool wall. I told her I didn't have that kind of cash on me, which was true. I maybe had $40 in my wallet. She started laughing, but it wasn't a real laugh. More like this broken sound that came out in bursts. "You don't understand," she kept saying, walking deeper into the barn, her sneakers leaving weird smudges on the concrete floor. That's when I noticed the pattern. The prints weren't just dirt, they had this reddish tint that left streaks behind each step. She started grabbing things off the shelves, a rope, some wire cutters, then dropped them like she forgot what she was looking for. "They're coming," she said, spinning around to face me. "I can hear their radios already, can you hear them?" I couldn't hear anything except the calf breathing heavy in its pen and my own heartbeat getting louder in my ears. She pulled something out of her jacket pocket, and for a second I thought it was a gun, but it was just her phone. The screen cracked so bad you could barely see anything on it. She kept pressing buttons that weren't there, her fingers jabbing at nothing, muttering numbers that didn't make sense. The smell hit me then, metallic and thick, like when you butcher a deer and don't clean up right away. It was coming from her clothes, especially that jacket. She must have seen me notice because she suddenly pulled it tighter around herself, even though I could see she was burning up, hair sticking to her neck with sweat. "Frank had an accident," she said. But the way she said accident, drawing it out like she was tasting the word, made my chest tighten. "He fell. In the kitchen. Hit his head on something." She wouldn't look at me when she said it, her eyes fixed on something past my shoulder, out in the darkness beyond the barn door. I asked if we needed to call an ambulance, already reaching for my phone, but she lunged forward and grabbed my wrist with both hands. Her grip was stronger than someone her size should have been capable of, fingernails digging in deep enough that I'd find crescents of dried blood there later. "No ambulance," she hissed. "Just the truck. Please. I'll go to Colorado. I know people there. They'll help me figure this out." That's when we both heard it, sirens still far off but getting closer, that distinctive wail cutting through the night air. Cassie's whole body went rigid, like someone had run electricity through her. She let go of my wrist and bolted for the barn door, but stopped at the threshold, looking out at the darkness. The yard light was motion activated, and it clicked on when she moved, illuminating her in this harsh white glow that made the stains on her clothes look almost purple. "You were always nice to me," she said, not turning around, "even when everyone else crossed the street when they saw me coming. Remember that time you fixed my car? That winter when the radiator cracked?" I did remember. It was 2 years ago, before things got really bad, when she still had moments of being the girl who used to win 4-H competitions and help her mom sell pies at the county fair. She took off running then, not toward the road but into the cornfields, disappearing between the rows that hadn't been harvested yet. The stalks were dry and brittle this late in the season, and I could hear her crashing through them for maybe 30 seconds before the sound faded into nothing. I stood there in the barn for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two, trying to process what had just happened. The sirens were definitely getting closer, and now I could see red and blue lights flickering against the clouds from the direction of the Novak farm. My first thought was to follow her, try to talk sense into her, but something kept me rooted in place. Maybe self-preservation, maybe just the knowledge that whatever had happened at Frank's place, I didn't want to be the one to find out. I walked back to my house, legs feeling like they were made of water, and locked the door behind me for the first time since I'd moved in. Through my kitchen window, I could see the emergency vehicles pulling into Frank's driveway, at least 4 police cars and an ambulance. They didn't use their sirens once they arrived, which somehow made everything worse. Officers with flashlights started spreading out across the property, their beams cutting through the darkness like searchlights. One headed toward the cornfield where Cassie had disappeared, and I found myself holding my breath, waiting for shouts or gunshots or something, but there was just the steady sweep of lights and the occasional crackle of radio chatter that I couldn't quite make out. Around midnight, there was a knock at my door, 3 solid raps that made me jump even though I'd been expecting it. 2 deputies stood on my porch, both young guys who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. The taller one, Officer Daniels according to his name tag, asked if I'd seen Cassie Novak tonight. I hesitated for maybe 2 seconds before telling them everything. Her showing up at the barn, asking for money and my truck, the stains on her clothes, how she'd run into the cornfield. Daniels wrote everything down in this little notebook while the other deputy, Reeves, kept glancing back toward the Novak farm. "Sir, we're going to need you to stay inside tonight," Daniels said when I finished. "Lock your doors and windows. If she comes back, do not let her in. Call 911 immediately." That's when Reeves finally spoke up, his voice barely above a whisper. "Frank Novak is dead. Someone shot him with his own hunting rifle, then beat him with it." The words just hung there in the October air, and I felt something cold settle in my stomach that had nothing to do with the temperature. They found her the next morning almost 10 miles away, walking along County Road 12, in nothing but a t-shirt and jeans. She ditched the green jacket somewhere in the fields. A farmer named Dennis Briggs called it in, said she was just walking down the middle of the road, talking to herself, her feet bloody from running through the harvested cornfields barefoot. The deputies who picked her up said she didn't resist, just kept asking them if they could stop at McDonald's on the way to the station because she hadn't eaten in 3 days. The full story came out over the next few weeks through the local newspaper and courthouse gossip. She'd been awake for 4 days straight, convinced Frank was poisoning her food, putting cameras in her bedroom, reporting her to the DEA. The prosecution said she'd taken his hunting rifle from the garage, a Winchester Model 70 he'd bought himself for his 60th birthday, waited for him to come home from checking his soybeans, and shot him once in the chest when he walked through his back door. When he didn't die right away, when he tried to crawl toward the phone in the living room, she'd finished it with the rifle butt. The coroner said it took him maybe 20 minutes to die, leaving a trail of blood from the kitchen to the hallway where they found him. The trial lasted 3 days. I had to testify about that night in the barn, sitting in a courtroom that smelled like old wood and floor wax, looking at Cassie in an orange jumpsuit and shackles. She'd gained weight in county jail, her face fuller, her eyes clear for the first time in years. When the prosecutor asked me to describe her state that night, I looked right at her. and she gave me this small nod, like she was giving me permission to tell the truth. Her court-appointed lawyer tried to argue diminished capacity, brought in experts to talk about methamphetamine psychosis, how someone could completely lose touch with reality after days without sleep. But the jury only took 4 hours to come back with guilty on second-degree murder, 25 to life. When they read the verdict, Cassie didn't react at all, just stared at her hands folded on the defendant's table. Her father's sister, Nancy, was the only family member who showed up. She sat in the back row crying quietly into a handkerchief that had little blue flowers embroidered on it. I left Nebraska 2 months after the trial ended. Couldn't handle the empty Novak farmhouse next door, the yellow police tape that stayed up for weeks, the way Frank's soybeans just rotted in the field because no one harvested them. The Brennans understood when I gave my notice, even helped me find a job with a ranch operation in Wyoming. Sometimes I still dream about that night. Not nightmares exactly, just replaying those moments in the barn, wondering if I could have done something different. If I'd given her the truck keys, would Frank still be alive? Or would there have been 2 bodies instead of 1? The detective told me later they found the green jacket she'd been wearing, half buried in a drainage ditch 3 miles from where they picked her up. It was Frank's jacket, one he wore for hunting, and the stains I'd seen were exactly what I'd thought they were. He also told me something that still bothers me. They found my name written on a piece of paper in her pocket, along with 4 other names I didn't recognize. When I asked what that meant, he just shrugged and said they'd probably never know. Cassie took a plea deal to avoid trial for premeditated murder, and she never explained the list. I still wake up sometimes wondering if I was supposed to be next, or if that paper meant something else entirely. Something only a mind twisted by 4 days of sleepless paranoia could understand. Most people dream about retiring to the countryside for peace and quiet, right? Well, let me tell you about the nightmare that unfolded when my wife Jennifer and I bought our little farmhouse in rural Pennsylvania back in 2017. We'd saved for 15 years to escape the city grind. Found this perfect 20-acre property with a renovated 1940s farmhouse, complete with a red barn and a creek running through the back. The realtor mentioned our neighbor to the east, Harold Fitzgerald, had been farming the adjacent land for 40 years, said he was particular about his property lines. That should have been our first warning, but we were too excited about our vegetable garden plans and the chicken coop we wanted to build. The day we moved in, Harold was already standing at our shared fence line with a surveyor's map, explaining exactly where our property ended and his began. Within the first week, Harold had visited us 4 times, each visit more uncomfortable than the last. He'd show up unannounced, always carrying that same laminated survey map, pointing out violations we didn't even know we were committing. Our moving truck had apparently driven 3 feet onto his access road, leaving tire marks he photographed extensively. Jennifer had walked our golden retriever, Bailey, along what we thought was a public path, but Harold produced documents showing he'd purchased those rights in 1993. He spoke in this measured, quiet tone that never quite matched the intensity in his pale blue eyes, like he was struggling to contain something darker. He installed motion sensor lights along our entire shared property line, flooding our bedroom with harsh white light whenever a deer wandered through. When I asked him about it, he said he needed to monitor the boundary integrity and suggested we install blackout curtains if it bothered us. The real problem started about 2 months in, when we decided to repair the old fence on our western boundary. Harold appeared within minutes of the contractor's arrival, demanding to see permits and property surveys, even though the fence was nowhere near his land. He'd installed cameras, we discovered, at least 6 of them that we could count, all aimed at different angles of our property. The contractor, a local guy named Brett, pulled me aside and warned me that Harold had driven off 3 different families from our property over the past decade. Man measures his corn rows with a ruler, Brett said. Filed complaints against the Johnsons because their maple tree dropped leaves on his side. That evening, Harold left a typed letter in our mailbox 3 pages long, detailing the proper protocols for any modifications to our property, including a requirement to notify him 72 hours in advance of any work crews arriving. Things escalated that Friday when Jennifer planted sunflowers along our side of the fence. I was in town getting supplies when Harold confronted her, claiming the flowers would attract birds that might eat his corn seed. Jennifer tried to explain they were 30 feet from his crops, but Harold had already taken dozens of photos, documenting what he called agricultural sabotage. He started showing up at odd hours, sometimes at 5 in the morning, sometimes near midnight, always finding some reason to complain. Our porch light was too bright and disrupted his chickens' laying schedule. Our guests parked too close to the road. The smell from our compost bin was carrying over to his property. He'd stand there with his clipboard, making notes while he talked, never raising his voice, but somehow making every word feel like a threat. The other neighbors, the Andersons to our west, started avoiding us, and I later learned Harold had told them we were problem residents who didn't respect rural traditions. The morning everything changed was a Saturday in late July. I woke up to Jennifer crying in the kitchen, staring out the window at our chicken coop. All 6 of our chickens were dead, arranged in a perfect line along the fence that bordered Harold's property. Their necks had been wrung, and someone had placed them precisely 18 inches apart, measured exactly. I knew it was exact because there was a measuring tape still lying there, one of those old metal ones with HF engraved on the side. When I confronted Harold, he was already in his barn, cleaning his boots with methodical precision. He looked up at me with this blank expression and said, our chickens had been trespassing on his land repeatedly, and that in farming communities there were consequences for poor animal husbandry. He suggested I check my property more carefully, maybe install better fencing, and then went back to cleaning his boots like we'd been discussing the weather. I called the sheriff's office, but Deputy Morrison just looked tired when he arrived. He took photos, made notes, but explained that without direct evidence there wasn't much he could do. Harold's been here longer than anyone, he said. Never been caught doing anything illegal. That afternoon, I found Harold installing a new camera on a pole right at our property line, this one with a speaker system attached. He waved at me while adjusting the angle, making sure it captured our entire backyard. Jennifer wanted to leave right then, pack everything and go back to the city, but I convinced her we couldn't let him drive us away. We'd invested everything in this place. That night, the speaker crackled to life at 2 in the morning with Harold's voice, informing us that our dog had been barking for approximately 4 minutes, and reminding us about county noise ordinances. Over the next 3 days, Harold's behavior became increasingly erratic and frightening. He started patrolling our fence line every 4 hours, day and night, carrying a long stick that he'd drag along the fence posts, creating this rhythmic metallic sound that echoed across our property. Jennifer found him standing in our vegetable garden one morning, pulling up our tomato plants and examining their roots. When she screamed at him to leave, he calmly explained he was checking for agricultural diseases that might spread to his crops, cited some obscure farming statute from 1952 that he claimed gave him the right. He'd filled our mailbox with printed articles about property disputes that had ended badly, headlines highlighted in yellow marker. One evening, we came home to find he'd spray-painted perfect straight lines across our lawn, marking what he called optimal mowing patterns for rural properties, the paint soaking deep into the grass we'd spent months nurturing. The Andersons finally broke their silence when Harold poisoned their pond. They'd stocked it with bass and bluegill 3 years earlier, and one morning every single fish was floating belly up in water that reeked of industrial pesticide. Harold claimed runoff from their improperly maintained septic system had been contaminating his groundwater, showed them his own water tests that nobody could verify. That same week, the Brennans on the other side of Harold's property found their prized dairy cow dead in the field, foam around its mouth suggesting poisoning. Harold expressed sympathy, mentioned how dangerous wild plants could be if property wasn't properly maintained, offered to help them identify problematic vegetation. The veterinarian found traces of ethylene glycol in the cow's system, basically antifreeze, but again, no proof of how it got there. We all knew, though, We started having meetings at the Anderson place, 5 families comparing notes, realizing Harold had been systematically terrorizing each of us, always staying just within legal boundaries. The breaking point came on a Wednesday morning when I found Bailey convulsing in our yard. Our beautiful golden retriever was dying, white foam around his mouth, his body jerking in ways that still haunt me. Jennifer held him while I drove frantically to the emergency vet, but he died in her arms before we got halfway there. The vet found rat poison in his system, the kind Harold bought in bulk from the farm supply store. When we got home, shattered and empty, Harold was pressure washing his driveway, and he stopped to tell us he'd seen strange dogs around his property lately, suggested we should have kept better control of our animal. The way he said it, with this slight upturn at the corner of his mouth, I knew he wanted me to know it was him. I lunged at him, but Jennifer grabbed my arm and Harold just stood there with the pressure washer still running, daring me to cross onto his property, his finger hovering over his phone to call the police. That night, I couldn't sleep. Just sat on our porch with my father's old hunting rifle across my lap, watching Harold's house. Around 3 in the morning, I saw him walking through our property with a flashlight and what looked like a pesticide sprayer. He was methodically spraying something along the edges of our vegetable garden, taking his time, knowing I was watching. When he saw me stand up, he waved the flashlight in my direction and shouted that he was treating for invasive insects that were threatening his crops, had all the proper documentation if I wanted to check. Jennifer found me at dawn, still sitting there, the rifle now fully loaded, and she knew we'd reached a point where someone was going to die if we didn't do something drastic. The other families were just as desperate. Mrs. Anderson had started having panic attacks, and Brett Brennan was talking about handling things the old way, which scared me almost as much as Harold did. The solution came from the most unexpected place: Harold's own obsession with control. Jennifer had been secretly recording everything for weeks with her phone, but the real breakthrough was when the Brennans' teenage son, Kevin, revealed he'd hacked into Harold's camera system. The old farmer had been recording everything, creating detailed logs of every violation he witnessed, building what he probably thought was evidence against us. But Kevin found something else in those files. Harold had recorded himself poisoning the Andersons' pond, documenting the correct mixture of chemicals to eliminate aquatic trespassing. He'd filmed himself placing tainted meat along our fence line, narrating how this would solve the dog problem permanently. There were dozens of videos, Harold's own voice calmly explaining his actions, justifying every sick thing he'd done as protecting his property rights. The FBI got involved when we found videos suggesting he'd done similar things at his previous farm in Ohio, where a family's house had mysteriously burned down after they'd refused to sell him their land. Harold was arrested on a Sunday morning while adjusting his cameras. He didn't resist, just kept insisting the deputies needed to follow proper procedures, demanding they stay off certain parts of his property even as they put him in handcuffs. The investigation revealed he'd been documenting his harassment campaigns for 23 years, across 4 different states, keeping meticulous records that ultimately became his downfall. He's serving 15 years now in federal prison, and we've slowly started to heal, though Jennifer still can't plant anything near that fence line. The other families stayed, and we became closer than any neighbors I've ever had, bonded by what we survived together. Sometimes I still hear phantom sounds of that stick dragging along the fence posts at night, but it's just the wind. Harold's farm was sold to a young couple from California who turned it into a lavender farm, and the smell drifting over on summer evenings almost makes you forget what happened there. Almost. Sometimes I still drive past that old property line where everything went wrong, and I can't help but remember how normal that Thursday morning started. I was 34, managing my family's wheat farm in eastern Kansas after my dad's stroke left him partially paralyzed. The farm had been in our family for 4 generations, about 800 acres of decent soil that kept us comfortable enough. My wife Laura and I had just celebrated our 10th anniversary, and our twin boys were starting second grade at the local elementary school. Life was predictable in the way that farm life tends to be. You wake up before dawn, check the equipment, monitor the crops, fix whatever broke overnight, and go to bed exhausted but satisfied. That morning, I was drinking coffee on the porch, watching the sun paint the wheat fields gold, completely unaware that by nightfall, I'd be loading my shotgun and barricading my family inside our house. The Walkers owned the property adjacent to ours, and for as long as anyone could remember, there'd been tension about where exactly our land ended and theirs began. Old Man Walker, that's what everyone called Eugene Walker, even though he was barely 60, had inherited his 1,000 acres from his father, just like I had. The original survey markers from the 1890s had long since disappeared, and both our families had different documents claiming ownership of a strip of land about 40 feet wide and half a mile long that ran between our properties. It sounds like nothing, but that strip had the best soil in the county and access to Millstone Creek, which never ran dry even in the worst droughts. For decades, we'd shared an uneasy truce about it. Nobody farmed it, nobody fenced it, and we all pretended it didn't exist. But that morning, as I finished my coffee, I spotted something that made my chest tighten. A line of brand new steel fence posts glinting in the sunrise, marching right down the middle of that disputed strip. I drove my pickup down there, hoping maybe I was seeing things wrong from the distance. But no, there they were. Professional-grade posts sunk deep into the ground, with rolls of wire fencing stacked nearby. Eugene's son, Craig, was there with 2 hired hands stretching measuring tape between posts. Craig was 38, built like a linebacker gone to seed, with these small, mean eyes that always seemed to be calculating something. He'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan and came back different, according to folks in town. Quieter, but with this coiled tension that made people uncomfortable. When he saw me approaching, he straightened up real slow, like he'd been expecting me. The 2 workers, young guys I didn't recognize, probably from a couple counties over, kept working, but I could see them watching us from the corners of their eyes. The morning had gotten humid already, and crickets were screaming in the tall grass, but everything else had gone dead quiet, even the birds. "Morning, neighbor," Craig said, but the way he said neighbor sounded like he was spitting out something bitter. He was wearing a faded green t-shirt with the sleeves cut off, and I could see a tattoo on his shoulder, some kind of military insignia with words in Latin I couldn't read. His hands were covered in fresh dirt, and he kept flexing them while we talked, making the veins in his forearms pop out like rope under his sunburned skin. Dad decided it was time we made things official. Got ourselves a new survey done last month. Professional outfit from Topeka, all legal and proper. Shows this strip belongs to us, always has. He pulled out a folded document from his back pocket, waved it at me, but didn't offer to let me read it. The paper looked official enough from where I stood, with a gold seal and everything. But something about how he was smiling, just this slight upturn at the corner of his mouth, made my skin prickle with unease. I told him we'd need to see that survey, maybe get our lawyer involved, and that's when his whole demeanor shifted. The fake friendliness dropped away like a mask falling off, and he stepped closer to me, close enough that I could smell the Copenhagen tobacco on his breath and see the little burst blood vessels in the whites of his eyes. "Your family's been stealing from us for 60 years, he said, voice low and steady. "Taking water that wasn't yours, growing wheat on soil you had no right to. My granddad was too soft to do anything about it, and my dad spent too many years trying to be neighborly. But I'm not them." One of the workers dropped a fence post with a loud clang, and we both turned to look. When I turned back, Craig had pulled out his phone and was taking pictures of me standing there. "For the record," he said, "in case you try anything stupid, we've got cameras up now too, 3 of them with night vision, watching that strip 24/7. The rest of that morning passed in a blur of phone calls, to our family lawyer, to the county clerk's office, to my uncle who dealt with the Walkers back in the 80s. Nobody could give me immediate answers, but everyone said the same thing. Don't do anything rash, let the legal system handle it. Easy for them to say. By noon, the Walkers had strung up half the fence already, and I could see it from my kitchen window. This ugly scar of galvanized steel cutting across land my grandfather had worked with his own hands. Laura kept the boys inside even though they wanted to play in the yard, and she had this worried crease between her eyebrows that only showed up when things were really bad. Around 2 o'clock, I decided to move our tractor to the east field. Needed to disc some ground for winter wheat planting anyway. But when I got to the equipment shed, I could smell it before I saw it. Diesel fuel, everywhere. Someone had punctured the fuel tank on our John Deere, and there was a massive puddle of rainbow-slicked fuel soaking into the dirt floor. The hole in the tank was clean, probably made with a cordless drill. Deliberate, not accidental. Must have happened during the night or early morning before I'd checked the shed. 500 gallons of diesel, at least $3,000 worth, just seeping into the ground. But worse than the money was the message. They could get to our equipment whenever they wanted. I called the sheriff's office and Deputy Martinez came out, took pictures, made a report. But without proof, without cameras of our own, there wasn't much he could do. Could have been vandals, he said, though we both knew better. He'd been called out to the Walker property just last month when Craig beat a door-to-door salesman with a tire iron for trespassing. The guy didn't press charges. Craig's dad paid his medical bills and then some. But everyone knew Craig was capable of violence. Martinez told me to install security cameras, maybe motion lights, and to call immediately if anything else happened. That afternoon, while I was at the farm supply store pricing security systems, Laura called me crying. Really crying. Not just upset. She'd gone to check on our chickens and found them all dead. 43 laying hens and our rooster, scattered around the coop like someone had tossed them there. No wounds, no blood, no signs of a predator. The water trough had this oily film on top, and there was a chemical smell she couldn't identify. Poison, had to be. Those birds were her project, something she'd started to bring in extra money selling eggs at the farmer's market. She'd named them all, stupid names like Pecky and Feather Locklear, and the boys helped her collect eggs every morning before school. Now they were just dead bodies that we'd have to burn because we couldn't risk burying poisoned animals where they might contaminate the groundwater. While she was telling me this, I noticed a piece of paper stuck under my windshield wiper. Handwritten in block letters, "Fences make good neighbors, shame about your birds. Worse things happen to stubborn people." I drove home doing 90 on back roads, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The smart thing would have been to pack up the family and leave for a few days, stay with Laura's parents in town while lawyers sorted things out. But when you've worked land for 4 generations, when your great-grandfather's sweat is in that soil, you don't just run. Plus, I was angry. The kind of anger that makes you stupid and brave in equal measure. When I got home, Laura had already pulled the boys out of school early and locked all the doors. She'd found another note, this one nailed to our barn door with a 16-penny nail driven so deep, I'd need a crowbar to get it out. "You have until midnight to remove your objections to the fence. Your well water sure would taste funny with the right additives." Our well was 200 feet deep, supplied our house and irrigated 10 acres of vegetables Laura grew. If they poisoned that, we'd be finished. By 6 o'clock, I'd made my decision. Called my brother Glenn, who lived an hour away, told him to come with his hunting rifle and camping gear. Called 2 cousins who'd served in Iraq, asked them to bring whatever they felt comfortable bringing. These weren't violent men, but they were family, and in farm country, that still meant something. We set up in shifts, someone watching the well house, someone watching the equipment shed, someone walking the perimeter with our German shepherd, Duke, who'd been going crazy all day, growling at shadows and barking at nothing. Around 8:30, just as the sun was setting behind the wheat fields, Duke started going absolutely mental near the southern property line. Glenn and I ran down there with flashlights and shotguns, found fresh tire tracks in the soft dirt, and 5 dead crows arranged in a circle around a wooden stake. The stake had another note, "Last warning." The crows' eyes had been removed, just empty sockets staring at nothing, and their feet were tied together with baling twine. At 11:47 p.m., everything went silent. That unnatural kind of quiet where even the insects stop making noise. Duke, who'd been pacing and whining, suddenly went still and pointed toward the access road. Through the darkness, we could see headlights approaching with their high beams off, just the dim yellow of old fog lights. 3 vehicles, 2 pickups and what looked like an old Bronco, creeping along at maybe 5 miles per hour. They stopped about 100 yards from our house, engines still running, and we could see cigarette cherries glowing as people got out. My cousin Rodney had his night vision scope from his military days, and he counted 8 men, all carrying something. "They've got jerry cans," he whispered. And I think, yeah, that's definitely a rifle on the tall one. We were outnumbered, but we had the defensive position and they didn't know we were ready for them. Glenn chambered around in his 30-06, the sound carrying clear across the field. The vehicles immediately killed their engines, and we heard doors slamming, urgent whispers, then Craig's voice cutting through the darkness. "Just wanting to talk, neighbor. No need for anyone to get hurt tonight." But they didn't approach, didn't move forward. They stayed by their vehicles for maybe 10 minutes, occasionally flashing lights toward the house, toward the barn, toward the well house where my other cousin was hidden. Then, just as suddenly as they'd come, they loaded back up and left, driving fast this time, kicking up dust that glowed red in their taillights. We stayed on watch until dawn, jumping at every sound, but they never came back. Found out later from Deputy Martinez that someone had called in an anonymous tip about armed men threatening violence at the Walkers' property, except the caller gave our address instead. If the sheriff had shown up and found us armed to the teeth, it would have looked like we were the aggressors. But Martinez knew both families, knew the history, and he'd driven by the Walkers' place first, seen their vehicles weren't there, and figured out what was really happening. The next morning, something strange happened. Old man Walker himself showed up at our door alone, looking about 10 years older than the last time I'd seen him. His hands were shaking as he held his John Deere cap, and there were dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept either. "I didn't know," he said, voice cracking. "About the chickens, the tractor, none of it. Craig, he's not well, not since he came back. I found the jerry cans in the barn this morning, found the receipts for the cameras, the poison." He pulled out a thick envelope from his jacket, handed it to me with trembling fingers. "That's $20,000. For the damages, the diesel, the birds, and then some. I'm sending Craig away to his uncle's place in Arizona. Already got him on a bus this morning. Told him if he comes back, I'm writing him out of the will." He looked at the disputed strip of land, visible from our porch where that new fence stood like an accusation. "I'll take it down. The fence. Today. We'll go back to how it was. Nobody farms it, nobody claims it. Maybe our grandkids can figure it out someday when we're all gone." I wanted to stay angry, wanted to refuse his money and demand justice, but looking at that broken old man, I just felt tired. We took the money, watched him spend the afternoon pulling up fence posts by himself, Craig's hired hands nowhere to be seen. Laura and I used part of the money to install a serious security system, cameras covering every angle, motion sensors, the works. We never saw Craig again, though sometimes cars would slow down near our property line at night, and we'd wonder. The disputed strip grew wild with prairie grass and wildflowers, like maybe that's what it was always supposed to be. The Walkers sold their place 2 years later to a corporate farming operation out of Texas, and Eugene died of a heart attack 6 months after that. People in town said it was the stress of what Craig had become, the shame of it. I still farm that land, still check those cameras every night before bed. And sometimes when I'm out working near that strip of wild ground, I think about how thin the line is between neighbors and enemies, how a 40-foot piece of dirt can turn normal people into something else entirely, something capable of things they'd never imagined. The farmhouse stood about 40 minutes outside of town, surrounded by cornfields that stretched endlessly in every direction. I was 21, finishing my junior year at State University, and when my roommates Jordan and Blake found this rental listing for dirt cheap, We jumped on it immediately. The place was ancient, probably built in the 1940s with creaking wooden floors and windows that rattled whenever the wind picked up. But it had 4 bedrooms, a massive kitchen with one of those old cast-iron stoves, and rent that was less than what we'd been paying for our cramped apartment near campus. We moved in during early May, right after finals, planning to stay through the summer while we worked our internships. The isolation felt peaceful at first, therapeutic even, after months of dormitory chaos and constant noise from other students. Our nearest neighbors lived in a double-wide trailer about 200 yards away, separated from our property by a deteriorating chicken wire fence that barely stood 5 feet tall. From day one, we could hear them arguing, violent, screaming matches that echoed across the empty fields between us. The man had a voice like gravel being crushed, deep and threatening, while the woman's shrieks would pierce through our walls even with all the windows closed. Sometimes we'd hear glass breaking, furniture being thrown, doors slamming so hard the sound would make us jump. Jordan kept saying we should call someone, but Blake always talked him out of it, insisting it wasn't our business, that getting involved with neighbors like that only meant trouble. I agreed with Blake, honestly. These people seemed dangerous, unpredictable, and the last thing we needed was to make enemies with the only other humans for miles around. The particular night everything went wrong started like any other. It was a Tuesday in late June, humid and sticky, with thunder clouds building on the horizon but never quite delivering the rain we desperately needed. I'd gotten home from my internship at the Agricultural Extension Office around 6, exhausted from spending the day cataloging soil samples in a warehouse without air conditioning. Jordan was already cooking dinner, his famous spaghetti with meat sauce that was really just ground beef and jarred marinara, but we acted like it was gourmet. Blake was out on the front porch, smoking cigarettes and scrolling through his phone, occasionally shouting commentary about whatever video he was watching. The neighbors had been quiet all day, which should have been my first warning sign. In the 3 weeks since we'd moved in, there hadn't been a single day without at least one screaming match from that trailer. But that evening, nothing. Just the sound of crickets and the distant rumble of thunder that never got any closer. Around 11:30, I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep despite the suffocating heat. Our ancient window unit AC had died the week before, and the landlord kept promising to fix it real soon. I had my window cracked open, hoping for even the slightest breeze when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of metal being cut. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone working with wire cutters or tin snips. At first, I convinced myself it was just the storm finally rolling in, maybe wind catching something metal outside. But the sound continued, steady and purposeful, and it was coming from the direction of that chicken wire fence. I sat up in bed, straining to see through the darkness outside my window. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and all I could make out were vague shapes and shadows moving where they shouldn't be moving. I crept out of bed, careful not to make the floorboards creak, and made my way to Jordan's room down the hall. His door was slightly open, and I could see him sitting up in bed, his face illuminated by his phone screen. "You hear that?" I whispered, and he nodded, eyes wide. We both moved to his window, which had a better view of the fence line. That's when we saw them, 3 figures working on the fence with what looked like bolt cutters. They were methodical, cutting through section after section, creating an opening large enough for a person to walk through. One of them kept looking back toward the trailer, like he was checking to make sure no one was watching from there. Another one was wearing something reflective, maybe a watch or a chain, that caught what little light there was each time he moved. The third guy was massive, probably 6'4" or 6'5", with shoulders that looked like he could flip a car if he wanted to. They weren't trying to be quiet either, which somehow made it worse. They knew no one would stop them. Blake must have heard us moving around, because suddenly he was in the doorway, asking what was going on in his usual too loud voice. Jordan and I both shushed him frantically, pointing toward the window. When Blake saw what was happening, his whole demeanor changed. He pulled out his phone, hands trembling as he dialed 911. The dispatcher asked a million questions. Our address, how many intruders, were they armed? Were we in immediate danger? Blake kept his voice low, barely above a whisper, giving her all the information while Jordan and I watched the men finish cutting through the fence. They stepped through the opening they'd created, and that's when my whole body went rigid with fear. They weren't heading toward the trailer. They were walking straight toward our house, spreading out as they moved, like they'd done this before and knew exactly how to surround a building. The dispatcher was still asking questions, but Blake had gone silent, just staring out the window. I grabbed the phone from him and whispered that 3 men had cut through our fence and were approaching our house right now. She said units were on the way, maybe 15 minutes out. 15 minutes. In that moment, 15 minutes felt like 15 hours. The big guy was heading toward our back door, the one that led into the kitchen. The other 2 were splitting up, one going left toward the garage, the other right toward the front porch. We could hear their footsteps on the gravel driveway, slow and deliberate. Jordan ran downstairs to check the locks, and I heard him cursing because the back door's deadbolt had been broken since we moved in, another thing the landlord promised to fix. All we had was the regular lock on the doorknob, the kind you could probably break with one solid kick. Blake was frantically looking for something to defend ourselves with, but what did we have? Kitchen knives? A baseball bat Jordan brought for the recreational softball league he never joined? Then came the sound that still wakes me up some nights, the doorknob on the back door slowly turning. Just a subtle squeak of metal on metal, but in that silent house it sounded like a scream. The knob turned all the way, hit the lock, and stopped. There was a pause, maybe 3 seconds that felt like 3 years. Then the door shook as someone pulled on it hard, testing it. Jordan was down there alone, and I could hear him breathing heavy, probably standing just feet away from whoever was on the other side of that door. The pulling stopped, and then we heard voices, low and muffled, like they were discussing something. One of them laughed. Not a normal laugh, but something guttural and mean. The kind of laugh that comes right before someone does something terrible. The front door handle started turning too, and that's when Blake completely lost it, screaming at the top of his lungs for them to get away, that the police were coming, that we had guns even though we definitely didn't. Everything erupted into chaos after Blake's outburst. The men outside started pounding on both doors simultaneously, violent banging that shook the entire house. I could hear wood splintering around the back door frame where Jordan was, and he came running up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. His face was white as paper, and he kept saying the door was about to give. We barricaded ourselves in Blake's room, shoving his dresser against the door, then his desk, then anything else we could move. The pounding downstairs got louder, more aggressive, and then we heard glass shatter. The kitchen window. They were coming in. I remember thinking about every horror movie I'd ever watched, how I always said the characters were stupid for not fighting back or having a plan. But in that moment, all I could do was stand there paralyzed, listening to the sound of feet hitting our kitchen floor. Heavy boots, multiple sets, moving through the house we'd been living in for barely a month. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairs and we could hear them talking. One voice was saying something about checking upstairs, another mentioned the car in the driveway, and the third one, the deep voice, kept repeating that we needed to learn to mind our own business. That phrase stuck with me because we hadn't done anything. We'd never called the cops on the neighbors, never complained, never even made eye contact with them the few times we'd seen them outside. Then the stairs started creaking under someone's weight, slow and deliberate, like they wanted us to hear them coming. Blake was on the phone with 911 again, practically sobbing, telling them someone was in our house, they were coming upstairs, please hurry. Jordan had found a crowbar in Blake's closet from some project he'd never finished, and he stood facing the door, gripping it so tight his knuckles were white. The footsteps reached the landing, and we could hear breathing on the other side of our makeshift barricade. The doorknob rattled, then someone pushed against the door, testing the barricade. The dresser moved maybe an inch, and all 3 of us threw our weight against it, pushing back. The person on the other side laughed again, that same horrible sound from before, and said something like, 3 little college boys want to play tough. Then came a massive impact, like someone had thrown their entire body against the door. The dresser shifted, the desk behind it scraped across the floor, and a gap opened up just wide enough for me to see an eye peering through. Bloodshot, dilated, wild. The pupil was so enlarged it looked completely black, and there were broken blood vessels all around the iris. That eye locked onto mine for what couldn't have been more than 2 seconds, but I can still see it perfectly when I close my eyes. Then suddenly sirens, distant but getting louder fast. The eye disappeared and we heard rapid footsteps going back down the stairs, voices shouting to each other, the back door slamming open so hard it hit the wall. We stayed barricaded in that room even after we saw the police lights flooding through the window, red and blue painting everything in alternating colors. It took the officers actually announcing themselves, showing badges through the gap in the door, before we finally started moving the furniture. They found the men about a quarter mile away, trying to cross through a cornfield to get to a truck they'd parked on some agricultural access road. All 3 were arrested. Turns out they were high on methamphetamine, carrying hunting knives, more drugs, and had been casing our house for days because they thought we were dealing. Apparently, college kids renting a remote farmhouse fit some profile in their drug-addled minds. The neighbors in the trailer, they'd left 2 days before after a particularly bad fight, and these guys had been squatting there, watching us, planning this. The police said we were lucky, that meth psychosis mixed with weapons usually doesn't end with everyone walking away unharmed. I finished my internship sleeping on a friend's couch in town. Jordan and Blake broke the lease the next day. None of us ever went back to pack properly. We hired movers to get our stuff while a police officer supervised. I still have nightmares about that eye in the gap, still jump when I hear doorknobs turn, still can't live anywhere that doesn't have a deadbolt, a chain, and preferably a security system. It was the middle of August 2016 when everything happened, and I was 12 years old, spending another long afternoon at our family's farm outside Riverside while my parents drove into town for supplies. We lived about 20 minutes from the nearest grocery store, down a gravel road that kicked up dust clouds whenever anyone drove past, which wasn't often. I remember sitting on our front porch that day, reading one of those young adult novels about kids solving mysteries, completely absorbed in the story while our tabby cat, Whiskers, dozed in a patch of sunlight near my feet. The cicadas were buzzing so loud it almost hurt your ears, and the air was thick with humidity that made your clothes stick to your skin the moment you stepped outside. When I heard footsteps on the gravel, I looked up to see Mr. Donovan walking up our driveway, and my first thought was relief because I knew him from church. He ran the hardware store downtown and always gave me butterscotch candies when my dad brought me along to buy supplies. He was wearing his usual plaid shirt, but it was untucked and wrinkled, and his gray hair looked messier than normal, like he'd been running his fingers through it over and over again. He gave me this big smile when he saw me, the kind adults do when they're trying to seem friendly, but something's bothering them, and asked if my parents were home. When I told him they'd gone to town, he asked if he could use our phone because his truck broke down about a mile up the road, and his cell phone was dead, which made sense because nobody got good reception out here anyway. I let him inside because that's what you do when someone you know needs help, especially someone who's been nothing but kind to you for years. The landline was in the kitchen, mounted on the wall next to the refrigerator covered in my school papers and family photos from last Christmas. Mr. Donovan followed me inside, and I noticed he kept glancing out the window, checking the driveway like he was expecting someone. He picked up the phone receiver, held it to his ear for a moment, then set it back down without dialing anything. "Actually, sweetie," he said, and his voice sounded different, tighter somehow. "Would it be all right if I got a glass of water first? That walk in this heat really got to me." I went to the cabinet to grab a glass, and when I turned back around, he wasn't in the kitchen anymore. I found him standing by the living room window, peering through the curtains at something outside, and that's when I started getting this uncomfortable feeling in my chest, like when you know you're about to get in trouble but you're not sure why yet. He must have heard me because he turned around quickly and gave me that same too big smile, saying he thought he heard his buddy's truck coming to pick him up. but it must have been nothing. The way he kept moving around our house, touching things, running his hand along the back of our couch, picking up and setting down the ceramic rooster my mom collected, reminded me of how our dog acted during thunderstorms, all restless energy with nowhere to go. He asked if my parents said when they'd be back, and when I told him probably another hour or two, he nodded like he was doing math in his head, calculating something I couldn't understand. That's when we both heard it. The sound of tires on gravel, multiple vehicles from the sound of it coming fast down our driveway. Mr. Donovan's whole body went rigid, and the color drained from his face so quickly, it was like watching someone age 10 years in a second. Through the window, I could see 2 sheriff's department cars pulling up to our house, their lights flashing but no sirens, and my first thought was that something had happened to my parents. But Mr. Donovan grabbed my shoulder, not hard enough to hurt but firm enough to get my attention, and said in this low, urgent voice, "Listen, honey. Those officers are confused about something. I need to step out back for just a minute to avoid any misunderstanding, okay? Can you tell them nobody's here?" His fingers were trembling against my shoulder, and there were beads of sweat rolling down his temples, even though our air conditioning was running full blast. Before I could answer or even process what he was asking me to do, he was already moving toward our back door, the one that led out toward the barn and the chicken coops. The doorbell rang, followed by heavy knocking, and I stood there in our living room, my mind racing between answering the door and following Mr. Donovan to ask what was happening. Through the front window, I could see 2 deputies standing on our porch, their hands resting on their belts in that casual but ready way cops always seem to stand. One of them, a woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, saw me through the window and gave me a small wave, mouthing, "It's okay," through the glass. Mr. Donovan had already disappeared through the back door, and I watched through the kitchen window as he jogged toward our barn, looking back at the house every few steps like a spooked deer. I opened the front door because I didn't know what else to do, and the female deputy immediately crouched down to my eye level, her voice calm and steady like she was trying not to spook me. "Hi there, sweetheart. I'm Deputy Morrison and this is Deputy Tanner. Are your parents home?" When I shook my head no, she asked if any adults were with me, and I hesitated for just a second too long before saying no. Deputy Tanner, a younger man with a sunburn across his nose, must have caught that hesitation because he exchanged a quick glance with Deputy Morrison. She asked if they could come inside to make sure everything was okay, and as they stepped into our living room, I noticed how their eyes swept every corner, taking in details I'd never paid attention to. The back door slightly ajar, Mr. Donovan's muddy footprints on our hardwood floor, the glass of water I'd gotten him still sitting untouched on the kitchen counter. Deputy Morrison asked me gentle questions while Deputy Tanner walked through our house, checking rooms with practiced efficiency. Had anyone been here today? Did I know a man named Carl Donovan? Was I hurt or scared? The questions came soft but steady, and with each one, I felt like the floor was tilting beneath me because I was starting to understand that Mr. Donovan, the man who'd sold my dad lumber and taught my Sunday school class 2 years ago, had lied to me about everything. Deputy Tanner came back from checking the bedrooms and whispered something to Deputy Morrison, who nodded and spoke into her radio, calling for backup to check the property's outbuildings. Through the kitchen window, I could see our barn door was slightly open, just a crack but enough that I knew Mr. Donovan was in there, probably crouched behind the hay bales or up in the loft where we stored old furniture. More deputies arrived within minutes, and they moved across our property like they'd rehearsed it 100 times, spreading out to surround the barn while Deputy Morrison stayed with me in the living room. She kept talking to me in that same calm voice, explaining that Mr. Donovan needed to answer some questions about something that had happened in town, but I could barely focus on her words because I was watching through the window as 4 officers positioned themselves around the barn's exits. One of them had a megaphone and called out for Mr. Donovan to come out with his hands visible, that they just wanted to talk, but the barn stayed silent except for our rooster who chose that exact moment to crow from his pen nearby. The waiting felt endless, like those seconds between lightning and thunder when you're counting to see how close the storm is. and I kept thinking about all the times Mr. Donovan had been at our house before, helping my dad fix the fence, bringing us fresh eggs from his chickens, always so normal and friendly. Then I saw him emerge from the barn's side door, the one we hardly ever used because it stuck in the frame, and you had to shoulder it hard to get it open. His hands were raised above his head, and even from inside the house I could see his shoulders shaking. The deputies moved in quickly but carefully, and within seconds they had him in handcuffs, leading him toward one of the patrol cars. As they walked him past our kitchen window, Mr. Donovan looked right at me, and his face had this expression I'll never forget. Not anger or fear, but something like disappointment, like I'd let him down by not lying for him. Deputy Morrison must have seen me staring because she gently turned me away from the window and asked if I wanted to call my parents, but my throat felt so tight I could only nod. My parents came home in a rush of slamming car doors and panicked voices, and my mom held me so tight I could barely breathe while my dad talked to the deputies outside. Later, after all the police cars had left and we were sitting around our kitchen table eating takeout Chinese food, because nobody felt like cooking, they told me what Deputy Morrison had explained to them. Mr. Donovan had been embezzling money from 3 different churches in the county, including ours, taking small amounts from donation funds over the past 5 years. Not enough for anyone to notice right away, but it added up to nearly $40,000. That morning, the church treasurer had finally discovered the discrepancies and called the police, and Mr. Donovan must have seen the patrol cars at his house when he drove past. Instead of turning himself in, he'd abandoned his truck down the road and walked to our farm, probably thinking he could hide out until dark, and then slip away, using me and our house as cover while he figured out his next move. What haunts me most about that day isn't the fear I felt when I realized something was wrong, or even the shock of learning that someone I trusted had been lying to everyone for years. It's the way he acted so normal at first, relying on my familiarity with him, counting on a 12-year-old's instinct to help someone they knew. My parents installed better locks after that, and got me a cell phone earlier than they'd planned, but the real change was inside me. That little voice that now questions things, that notices when someone's story doesn't quite add up, that understands how someone can use your trust like a tool. The church got most of the money back through insurance, and Mr. Donovan went to prison for 3 years, but I still think about that afternoon sometimes, especially when I drive past our old barn, remembering how thin the line is between the people we think we know and who they really are when they're desperate. I grew up in a small rural town where everybody knew each other's routines without even trying. At that time, I was working at the feed store on Main Street, so I saw most of the farmers and their families come through at least once a week. One couple stood out more than the rest, Thomas and his wife, Linda. They lived on the far edge of town, close to the tree line where the fields started giving way to swampy ground. He was quiet, kept to himself, but she was the one who'd always show up at the market with baskets of eggs and jars of preserves. Linda had this habit of wearing bright scarves, even when the weather didn't call for it, as if she wanted a piece of color with her wherever she went. After a while, people started noticing she wasn't around as much. At first, nobody said anything. It's not unusual for folks to skip a week or 2 at the market if things are busy on the farm. But when a month rolled by without Linda showing up, whispers started circling. What stuck with me was the last time I saw her. She came into the store alone, moving slower than usual, and I caught sight of a dark bruise peeking out from under her scarf. She tugged it higher the moment she realized I noticed. She gave me a nod and didn't say much, just bought a few bags of feed and left. That image stuck with me like a photograph burned into my head. The rumors grew heavier when folks mentioned hearing shouting late at night from their property. Some said they saw Linda in the yard days after, looking pale, like she hadn't slept. One neighbor claimed she heard a crash loud enough to wake her dogs, followed by silence that felt unnatural. People started connecting the dots, but no one wanted to accuse Thomas outright. He had a reputation for being territorial. He'd bark at anyone who so much as stepped a boot onto his land. He had already fought with neighbors about fencing and livestock straying onto his pasture, and his temper seemed to get worse after Linda disappeared from public view. I tried to push it out of my mind until one afternoon Thomas stormed into the store, red-faced, demanding to know who had been snooping around his property. His voice carried through the aisles, sharp and threatening, and even old Mr. Hanley, who'd been in town longer than anyone, avoided eye contact. Thomas's hands were calloused and cracked, and he slammed them on the counter when I tried to explain nobody had been on his land. There was something in the way he glared at me that made me realize this wasn't just about property lines anymore. It felt like he was daring anyone to question what had happened to Linda. Things escalated fast after that. A couple of weeks later, Thomas was standing at the edge of the Simmons property, screaming about their goats crossing the fence line. The Simmons' youngest boy told me later he'd never seen a man so furious, veins bulging in his neck as he waved a rusted pitchfork like it was a weapon. People started avoiding that stretch of road, even in broad daylight. What unsettled me the most was how empty his farm looked now. The laundry line that Linda used to hang with bright scarves and dresses stayed bare, swaying in the wind, like it was waiting for something that would never return. One evening I stayed late at the store closing up and noticed Thomas's truck parked near the church lot, engine running with no lights on. It sat there for nearly an hour before finally pulling away. The next morning, Pastor Collins mentioned finding boot prints circling the building. They didn't lead anywhere, just loops around the back near the windows. It put the whole town on edge. People were locking their doors earlier, drawing curtains tight. Things we didn't normally do in a place where most folks left their keys under flower pots. The sheriff finally paid Thomas a visit, but it didn't calm anyone down. Word spread that he had shouted at the deputy until his face turned purple, accusing everyone of conspiring against him. The strangest part was how quiet the farm remained otherwise. No sign of Linda, no animals grazing near the fences, no movement around the barn. From the road, it looked like a stage set left behind after the actors walked out. That eerie stillness made the rumors louder. Some swore they'd heard a woman's voice crying in the night. Others claimed to see a shadow moving inside the farmhouse window when Thomas was in town. I couldn't shake the memory of Linda's last visit to the store, the way her eyes darted like she was searching for someone safe to talk to, and how quickly she disappeared after paying. Every time I thought about it, I wondered if that was her silent way of asking for help, and I just didn't catch on soon enough. It's hard to explain, but from that moment on, the air in our little town felt heavier, like we were all waiting for a truth too ugly to admit. Nobody dared confront him directly, but the silence from that farm spoke louder than any accusation we could have made. It was late autumn when everything came to a head. The leaves had turned brittle, and the air carried that sharp chill that seeps into your bones. I remember driving past Thomas's farm after dropping off a delivery, and the sight stopped me cold. The front door stood wide open, swaying slightly in the wind. No truck in the driveway, no sound from inside. For a man as paranoid as him, leaving his door open was unthinkable. I parked down the road and called the sheriff before even stepping closer. A few other neighbors gathered, drawn by the same uneasy curiosity. No one wanted to go in, but none of us could leave either. When the deputies arrived, they moved carefully through the house. We waited outside in silence, every creak of the old boards inside carrying across the yard. After what felt like forever, they came back out with strained expressions. They wouldn't share much, just said the place was in disarray. Later, we heard from one of the deputy's cousins that the upstairs bedroom was torn apart, dresser drawers yanked out, clothes scattered everywhere, but not a trace of Linda. In the cellar, they found muddy boots and a torn scarf caught on a nail, bright red like the ones she always wore. That detail spread through town faster than any official statement ever could. Thomas never returned. His truck was found abandoned near the river a week later, keys still in the ignition. Search teams combed the woods and dragged the water, but they didn't recover a body. What unsettled me most was how quickly the authorities seemed to want the whole thing to go quiet. They boarded up the farmhouse and locked the gate, as if sealing away questions they didn't want to answer. The land stayed untouched, weeds growing high, windows staring blankly like eyes watching the road. Some people whispered that Linda's family knew more than they let on, but no proof ever surfaced. The silence from everyone involved was louder than shouting. Even now, years later, whenever I drive past that overgrown stretch of land, I think about Linda's last look at me in the store, and how maybe she had been reaching out in her own quiet way. Our town still doesn't speak openly about it. We avoid the topic like a wound that never healed. I carry the weight of wondering whether I should have done something when I saw that bruise, when I noticed the scarves pulled too high on her neck. Maybe it wouldn't have changed anything. Maybe it would have. What I do know is that both of them vanished, and the ground they left behind feels haunted, not by ghosts, but by secrets buried too deep for anyone to admit.